Welcome, everybody. I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Ojai City Council for October 11, 2016 to order. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for at home for watching us. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clapp. Present. Councilmember Laura.
Here.
Councilmember Haney.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Here.
Mayor Blatz.
Here. And if Councilwoman Clapp could lead us in the pledge, please.
Follow me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item on our agenda is public communications. This is a time when members of the audience can address the council on any items that they would like to address us on. Typically, because it's not an agendized item, we're not able to take any action, but if we think it important enough, we can put it on a future agenda. And I have about 10 cards here, so I would really ask you to pay attention to the clock. And there was some confusion last meeting as to what those red lights meant, because there was apparently, and I'm not ever up there when it's ticking down, but when it gets to the yellow light, you've got 30 seconds, and the red light means your 3 minutes is up. And there's some numbers on the side that people have told me are confusing. So they thought that it was counting down, and they didn't realize the red light meant your time was up. So we'll start off tonight with Pauline Mikado.
Hi. Oh, gosh. Thank
Hi.
you. Hello. My name is Pauline Mercado. I live at 515 West Eucalyptus in Ojai. So I came to talk about these guidelines, Second Dwelling Compliance Program Guidelines 2015. I have a house, but in front of the house, separately detached from the house, is a garage and a unit that I wanted to convert into a second unit. So I put in an application, I guess it was about a year ago, under the alternate program. Some people call it an amnesty program. And so I've gone through a lot of communications with the department people here, the staff, and it's unclear whether or not I can proceed. And the latest was that they said that concerning the setback, and this is on this document, it's like on page 3, something like that. Oh, yeah, item G, and it says setback building separation. The compliance unit may encroach into required rear and side yard setbacks, subject to construction of property rated fire separation. There shall be a minimum of 5 feet building separation between the primary building and/or accessory structure. So I just wanted some direction with that, because at one point, when the construction person that I engaged, when we called the city, they said, oh, you need to have the separation between your main house and the second unit, and it's like about 100 feet. Then they came back and they said, oh, no, it's the front setback that isn't in compliance. So I just need to get some guidance about this, because originally when I bought the house, like over 30 years ago, it was a rental. But when I bought the house, I signed an agreement that I wouldn't have it as a rental. So I just thought that if I went through this process, then it could actually be legal. And I could actually, whether I rent it or not is beside the point, but then it would be legal, so.
Pauline, let me ask you, are you talking about the front yard setback to the
Yes.
house?
Yeah, no, well, they're talking about, I don't think it's the house.
Well-
the structure.
Okay, but
'Cause my
there's
house
no
is
new,
set-
there's no
No.
new construction. These are all there now.
Yeah, it's an existing building, yeah.
Okay. Well, we can't really talk too much about it, but I would suggest that we refer to Mr. McClary, because I don't think the intent was to not allow certain units to be brought into conformity under the amnesty program, as we called it, due to the fact that the existing, or maybe Mr. Summers can enlighten me here, because I thought that was the whole point, is that there may be some
Right.
problems with the parcel.
That's correct. The compliance program is intended to allow existing second units to be legalized as long as they meet the standards in the document before you, which relax certain standards. For example, you have to meet fire safety and certain building code requirements related to electrical safety, but not other requirements. The minimum setbacks are dropped down. Again, the council can't make a decision tonight on this application, but I would suggest that you contact the city manager's office, who can make sure that you get put in touch with the right people and that these questions get answered in a clearer manner than it sounds like they've been answered so
Yeah,
far.
it's been kind of conflicting, and,
And the last point I'll note is that, and I was going to make this point later, but it's relevant now, state law was just amended regarding second units, and the council will be considering those amendments as they apply to the city's ordinance at the next meeting on October 25th, and then it'll be coming through the PC and the Planning Commission and the council shortly thereafter. That's the rules for new second units. It sounds like you've got an existing second unit going through the
Right.
compliance program, so
Yes.
that may not affect your program, but I just wanted to be aware of it for those, both you and others listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer?
10-second comment. The program you're talking about is for non-conforming permits. What he was just talking about was conforming permits. So I really think you do need to talk to Mr. McClary, have an appointment with him.
Okay.
Because his staff is confused about conforming and non-conforming. I think he can straighten them out, because you're talking about non-conforming, which is
I
the whole
guess.
point.
okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
All right, thanks for the
Thank you.
guidance. I
Yeah.
appreciate it, and the time. And so
Pleasure.
I will contact Mr.
Yeah, Mr. McClary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you.
All right, Deborah Pendry is here on behalf of the Ojai Valley Green Coalition.
Talk fast.
Yeah, and thank you for your reports today that you sent to us.
Thank you. So, council members and staff, you will find in your inbox as of this afternoon 2 reports from the coalition for the 2015-16 funding cycle. A general report of coalition efforts and the pest management report with analysis of the city's existing practices and recommendations. I'd like to read an excerpt. The coalition first and foremost would like to recognize and applaud the safe and non-toxic pest management practices the city has already implemented. Under the leadership of Public Works Director Greg Grant, the city has heard its citizens concerned and taken positive steps. Pollution prevention is a programmatic component of the city's roadmap to sustainability document adopted in 2008. There are many ingredients in pest management products known to pollute water, air, and soil, and therefore it would seem imperative that the city move to eliminate such products where possible to protect its citizenry and as a point of protocol. Considering staff capacity during the 16-17 funding cycle, with city council direction, the coalition can draft for approval a resolution on principles and guidelines for earth-friendly pest management, known as IPM. We could provide outreach to residents and businesses on best practices and support the Public Works Department on site-specific needs and requirements for pest control. And as staff capacity increases, the coalition recommends developing a full IPM, earth-friendly management plan. With IPM plans in many communities already in place, the process should be relatively streamlined, and the coalition can potentially continue to assist. And as an aside, let us say that the city of Ojai, leading by example, goes a really, really long way. And then a couple of reminders. Solarize workshop tomorrow night at the Chaparral Auditorium, 414 East Ojai Avenue, 6 to 7 p.m. Homeowners can learn how solar works, financing options, about our Solarize Discounted program, and ask site-specific questions of the installation companies who will be on hand, trying to get in 3 minutes here. The Solarize program ends November 15th, but there will be one more workshop at the same location on November 1st, and folks can visit solarizeojai.org for more details. Then this Saturday is Ojai Day, and the coalition has a lot going on the Ojai Avenue Go Green block between Signal and Ventura Street. We have an electric vehicle showcase and our free bike valet, where riders can leave their bikes and gears with peace of mind. We have the City of Ojai Complete Streets Subcommittee. We'll be there sharing on what they're doing, the Electric Vehicle Advocacy Club, Ojai Valley Bike Coalition, and of course, the coalition will be sharing about its different projects. Okay, speaking of bikes, with the time I've left, I'd like to address the elephant in the room, and that is the dork factor. We get how hard it is to get over the dork factor and wearing a helmet when riding one's bike on the streets, but it has got to be done. I've seen firsthand the result of a friend not wearing a helmet and going over a car door swinging
Deborah,
open.
I'm going to give you a couple extra minutes here, just because of the fact that you're reporting on a Green Coalition that's a funded organization by the city, and I don't want you to speak so fast you miss something. So,
Your auction voice.
yeah, and I don't want you to run out of air either. So,
We don't want you to fall over with your dorky hat on either.
so I'm going to
Okay.
make an exception for you.
Try to get a couple of minutes for looking dorky.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, here we go.
There you go, refresh yourself.
Okay, speaking of bikes, with the time I have left, I'd like to address the elephant in the room, and that is the dork factor. We get how hard it is to get over the dork factor and wearing a helmet when riding one's bike on the streets, but it has got to be done. I've seen firsthand the result of a friend not wearing a helmet and going over a car door swinging open into the street. It's not worth it. If I can start out already on the dorky side and then add a bike helmet to the mix, you can wear a helmet without being self-conscious. In fact, I think being uniquely dorky is becoming pretty cool. And a final reminder, bicyclists and motorists follow the same traffic rules. Let's be courteous, respectful, and share the road. Thank you.
You actually don't look bad in that hat. Michael Shapiro. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening, Michael Shapiro, Fairview Court, Ojai. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Ojai Water Trust tonight. We had a chance to look at the agenda item 6. I can't be here for the rest of the meeting, but I wanted to say that we're really impressed with all the work that went into agenda item 6 that will be part of your discussion later. It strives, all the recommendations there strive for this net water use to be a part of the sweeping changes that you guys are going to consider in our current codes and zoning ordinances in the face of this critical drought. I understand a lot of work went into it. Kathleen Wald, I understand City Attorney Summers, great work. I mean, if that is adopted, I think Ojai will be looked to throughout any part of the state that's affected by this drought as let's do it the Ojai way. It's really an amazing, shining example. So thank you very much for all the work that went into that. It's just great. I also want to remind you that the city's water well drilling moratorium is about to expire, if I'm correct, at the end of this month. And apparently for legal reasons, I guess it just can't be extended. It has to be allowed to sunrise, sundown, whatever it's called, and a new one has to be imposed. So I would urge you that be dealt with soon, since the clock is ticking, that this is a very important issue, at least another temporary one until we get a handle on what we have left in the lake, where other sources might be forthcoming. These are big questions I know that all of us are going to be seeking answers to. I myself will go to the Casitas Municipal Water Board board meeting tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get some more. But until that happens, I think we need to continue some kind of moratorium on new well drilling within the city limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And I have plans to ask our city attorney whether there's any legal problem with just immediately taking up a moratorium a second time, because I want to make sure it gets back before us before it expires. So that's in the works, and I'll leave that up to Mr. Summers.
Would you like me to comment now, or?
Sure.
The moratorium was adopted previously under Government Code Section 65858, which allows the city to adopt a temporary interim zoning ordinance that was structured originally as a 45-day, then a 10-month and 15-day extension, then a 1-year extension, net total 2 years. Unfortunately, that law only allows the city to adopt a ordinance under those provisions valid for 2 years. Any extension requires a different basis than the basis on which the previous moratorium was adopted. The previous moratorium was adopted in order to buy time for the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency to go through the process that it had just started at that time to develop its sustainability plan. It is still doing that, and so that process continues. It may be the case that the city, and this is what we'll be looking at between now and the next meeting, it may be the case that the city could find a different basis to adopt a different moratorium. Perhaps the fact that the drought continues to be quite severe and continues to have deleterious impacts on the water supply in the valley, both groundwater and surface water. That may provide a sufficient basis for the council to look at adopting a second, independent, different moratorium than the previous moratorium.
All right. Just so long that we can have it on an agenda item before the current moratorium expires. I would like to have that.
That can be, the next meeting is October 25th, the moratorium expires October 28th. It could be adopted as an as an urgency ordinance with the 4/5 vote.
Yep.
That's doable.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to comment, I agree with Matt, with you 100% on your thinking on this. Again, we're going to be talking water a little bit later, but at the lake at 36%, and at the aquifer, and Russ Bagley's here, he'll probably correct me, but the aquifer right now is probably around 45. So if those aren't two valid reasons to think about a well moratorium, I don't know what isn't.
It's a little bit less than that. I think at the last OBGMA, it was around 40, and we have a meeting this Thursday, so we'll get another report on where the aquifer is now.
Great.
So, all right, well, thank you. We'll take that up. Thank you, Michael. Ron Salazano, our librarian. Nice to see you.
All right, good to see you all. Good evening. So yeah, I'm Ron Solorzano, librarian for the Ojai Library, and I just wanted to come here and talk a little bit about some of the events that we have coming up at the library, a lot this week, actually, and then into the month to come. So this Thursday is going to be the return of of Opera Santa Barbara. Opera Santa Barbara came to the Ojai Library last spring, and they gave 3 noontime concerts, one a month during February, March, and April, I believe. They are planning to do it again next spring, but they wanted to come in October to do a special show. So this Thursday at noon at the Ojai Library, you can come by, during the lunch hour, just experience some opera. They're really great. They were great last time, and we're really happy to have them back. On Friday, that's the 14th, we're going to have our Makerspace librarian, Antonio Apodaca. He's going to come in from Ventura and give a workshop on one of our new resources called Pressbooks. Pressbooks is a resource that allows independent authors to put their book into a program that will allow them to have a file that they can then take and distribute through whatever means they want. So it allows them to publish an ebook, basically. And that's something he's going to be showing everyone how to do there. And then Saturday is Ojai Day, of course. And during Saturday and Sunday, the Ojai Valley Friends and Foundation are going to be having their book sale. It's one of the major book sales that they have during the year, one of 2. And that'll be happening on Saturday and Sunday on the lawn in front of the library. So those are some things that I wanted to point out. As we go further into the future, we've got on October the 25th, we're going to have a writer come in to give a workshop for anyone, any young writers who are interested in learning more. He's going to be giving some tips there. And then on November 1st, we have a talk called Reincarnation and Karma, Insights from the Teachings of Avatar Meher Baba, which is November 1st. That's a Tuesday evening. And yeah, I've got a little more time here. So just in general, the library has events every week. On Mondays, we have our knitting club in the evenings. Wednesday evenings, ukulele club. Thursday evenings, there's a fiction writers group that meets. On the first Wednesday of the month, there's a book club that meets. And then on Sundays in the afternoon, there's our tabletop gaming, largely Dungeons and Dragons, but I hear they've been expanding a little bit too. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Opportunity to maybe give the community an update on the construction project. Anticipated completion?
The construction project is going really well. The anticipated completion that I've been given is possibly mid-November or December. It's really coming along well. If anyone wants more info, just come by the library and ask.
I mean, it's great to watch.
It's really exciting
it.
for it to be so close. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don Teeting, who's going to be talking about the museum. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Don Teeting with the Ojai Valley Museum and our public service announcement. First of all, I wanted to say the museum is very excited that this year's Ojai Day poster was selected from images that the museum presented. We submitted 5 postcards, and the one that won was actually an image of a postcard from 1934, circa 1934. I think there's been some questions about when was that. The comments have been made that it looks very similar to what it does now, so we have a lot of people to thank for that. The image itself was a black and white image that was hand tinted, which gives it the unique color that you see. And so that is the featured image that will be used for this year's Ojai Day poster. This Saturday, October 15th, is Ojai Day, and that is the kickoff for the museum of celebrating our 50th birthday as well as Ojai's 100th birthday. And so that's going to be a year-long celebration from Ojai Day to Ojai Day. And we invite you and the public to visit us. We will be having a booth at Ojai Day that will feature chalk art in the morning and some other art activities for kids in the afternoon. The museum will also be open for free that day from 10 to 4, so if you've never been to the museum, stop on by. And Saturday is also our opening reception for our new exhibit. We're very excited. We believe this is the first time that we've had a unified exhibit between the City of Ojai's art collection as well as the museum's art collection. So the city's art commission has worked with museum staff on bringing this exhibit forward, and a lot of pieces of art from our collection and the city's collection will be highlighted, and I'm sure a lot of local artists. So that reception is from 7 to 9. It's a bit later than our normal time, but it is free to the public, and we will have a no-host bar, and we welcome everyone to that exhibit. If you aren't able to make it that day or out of town, the exhibit will run through November 27th, and the first Friday is always free at the museum from 10 to 4. We are located at 130 West Ojai Avenue in the old St. Thomas Aquinas Church. We are a historic landmark. A lot of people think we're a mission or a church still, but we are your local museum. And if you have any questions, feel free to visit us at the museum or check out our website at ohiValleymuseum.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. George Galkus.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is George Galgus. I live in Oakview, been a resident in Oakview for 53 years. And before I start, I'd like to hand out so you could follow along with me. And I have printouts. I'll give it to everybody here. And pass it on. The topic is the Ojai's answer to the 5-year drought. When agencies and city council members throughout Ventura County are asked to talk about water crisis, they all refer to the long-term solutions. As such was the case on September 22nd, 2016 at the Western Ventura County Regional Drought Summit, hosted by Casitas Municipal Water District. In attendance were 7 regional water agencies speaking on the subject. They all had no real solution to the short term. I hear conversations of desalination to recycle treatment water, to recycle household grade water, to hookups to state and regional water lines. In my opinion, that is not the answer. It would take years and probably decades to construct the necessary pipeline network of infrastructure for those deliveries. Here is my logical solution: cloud seeding. It doesn't require a lot of effort or construction. We have the necessary components and elements in our own backyard of the Ojai Valley, starting with Pine Mountain, which is only 11 miles north of Ojai at an elevation of 7,500 in the Los Padres National Forest, which of course is the federal land, with the ranger stations to be utilized to effectively implement the cloud seeding process in conjunction with the Doppler weather tower to the east on Sulphur Mountain Road to alert the cloud seeding sites of favorable weather conditions to activate the process. Now you probably wondered how it's going to work. Cloud seeding is activated from a ground device called a canister filled with silver iodide that is deployed into the atmosphere of cloud formations at an altitude of at least 1,200 meters or 4,000 foot elevation. That is the lowest the clouds can possibly form to be effective for cloud seeding. Once a silver iodide is induced into the cloud formation. It releases the particles of nuclei that are carried downwind and upward by air currents with a westerly prevailing wind that is conducive to Ojai's weather pattern. Those particles coalesce into ice particles, which are nuclei, and forming water droplets that become heavy and then drop from the cloud formation onto Mother Earth. The result, rain. I like to call it liquid gold. Now, from the benefits from cloud seeding, it will help to recharge our watershed for our rivers, streams, lakes, and aquifers for groundwater we so desperately need, all accomplished by Mother Nature's hand. It also will provide water flow for the survival of the endangered steelhead and spawning salmon throughout the ecosystem. It would also help Lake Casitas from releasing its water as mandated by the federal government for flow in the rivers and streams. The Bureau of Reclamation Studies found no negative impacts, as did CEQA, which of course is California Environmental Quality Act, and the EPA, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Watershed Modification Association. These findings are in compliance with all the applicable laws and licensing. Other areas in use of cloud seeding in California are LA County, San Gabriel Mountains. According to NASA 2014 report, California will need 11 trillion gallons, that is with a T, trillion gallons, to end the current drought. And that was in 2014 report. The cloud seeding for LA County is projected to add 1.4 billion, that's with a B, gallons of rain per storm season, and also Lake Tahoe's remote system. The weather station in San Francisco remotely alerts the ground cloud seeding sites of pending storm clouds forming in the area. It has been reported as early as 20 minutes after the clouds were seeded that snow began to fall in the Lake Tahoe area. So therefore, it is imperative that the Ojai Valley water purveyors take immediate action of the water crisis unfolding before their very eyes and pursue this plausible remedy before encountering yet another year of drought.
Okay.
Time is of the essence.
Okay. Thank you very much, George. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Brian Akins?
With our museum being held in a church, I'd just like to say amen to everything that Don shared with us tonight. My name is Brian Akins. I'm an Oakview resident. I'm here as a single member on the HPC with my own opinions. I'd like to address discussion that's on our agenda for Thursday night. That's the possible reduction in commission members from 7 to 5, and a discussion that took place in the City Council on August 9th. Comes up on the video on YouTube at 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 14 seconds, in case you need that. I do want to, I do appreciate Mayor Blatt saying that some feeling in the community that perhaps they, being the commissioners, have overstepped the authority given to them. But I don't agree with that. Thank you for that. I agree with what you said. Going to the comments on the different members, that we should go to 5 because it's difficult to find 7 people who are committed. I personally don't think that's a problem. I was actually passed over twice before I could actually get on the HPC. One council member said 5 is more time effective than 7. Having said in a 4.5-hour meeting, I'm more concerned with being thorough than being efficient. My time is given as a volunteer, as a person who's interested in preserving historical things in the valley. Let's see. 5 is enough for the council. If 5 is enough for the council, 5 is enough for the commissions. I'll get to that in a second. City, there was a question on city versus non-city and reducing to 5. Council member, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick said hardworking folks think of themselves as Valley residents. We do. We are Valley residents. That sometimes those folks that are volunteering don't know where the boundaries are to the city of Ojai. I'm pretty sure that 70% of the city of Ojai residents don't know where the boundaries are for the city of Ojai. Just want to point this out in my last minute. We were talking about the number of members. There's 4 commissions, 1 building appeals board. Amongst those, you have 33 people who are contributing their own time at no cost to the city. Taking into account the 7 people that are on our board, if you were thinking about, well, let's reduce the historic preservation from 7 to 5, we have an attorney, we have an architect, we have a teacher and a historian. We have 2 people on our board that actually have gone through the process of making their homes historic. We have a person who's actually living in a historic district now. I will point out that she did detailed information against that, but again, she is a resident there, and that's why I believe she got involved in the board. And this guy who happens to be a longtime board member and also a historian. So, in getting down to the, oops, 1 second less. In getting down to the 5 versus, it was like, well, if we go down to 5, we'll have 4 valley residents and 1 non-valley, or 4 city residents, 1 non-city resident. I will point out that currently we're at 5 to 2, 5 residents, 2 non-residents. Those 2 non-residents happen to be the chairman and the vice chairman of the board and have been for several years now. So, I'm kind of opposed to doing that. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I don't have any other speakers cards. Is there anyone wishing to address us? I'm gonna get to you. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Hold your horses.
No? Okay. Then I'm going to bring it back to council. There are no presentations today, but before we get to public communications, Christine Golden is here on behalf of the Arts Commission, so come forward, please.
Well, good evening and thank you, everybody. You know, there used to be an agenda item for commission reports on the first agenda of the month, and it was before public comments, and it's not there anymore. So I hope you haven't changed your mind, and I hope you'll reinstate commissioners to be able to come and give a report to all of you. And so tonight, what I want to talk about is there is a new exhibit up, and the public is welcome to come over to City Council and see the new exhibit. There's several works by Christine Brennan that are back in the gallery over on this end, including one that is rather three-dimensional. And if you look at it when you come in from the outside of the window, you might think that we've installed Yoda, because it has that kind of look from the back. But it is a Christine Brennan, and it's quite playful and quite delightful. So we invite everyone to come and see the exhibitions that we put up here. And we also have a work now by Sherry Lord that's on the easel in the back over there by Severo. So I wanted to mention that, and I'm going to also encourage the public and all of you to take a little trip over to the Wild Tennis Academy and see one of 2 very recent public art installations that have been put up. This particular one is called Fortune Cookie. And it was conceived and designed by a wonderful public artist, very well known in the Los Angeles area, but he's an Ojai resident by the name of Jeff Sanders. And Jeff Sanders met with Mark Weil and came up with this incredibly fantastic public art piece, which is a series of fortune cookies that have been embedded into the concrete walkway, so that as you walk along what I suppose they might call the new quad over at the Tennis Academy, you will see all these fortune cookie sayings. We were there on the day they were in the middle of the installation, and they were trying to keep the kids away as much as they could, the students away, but they were there and they saw them and they were really interacting with the sayings. And it's a delightful, wonderful piece of public art, not what most people think public art is, which is why I really, really encourage everyone to make a point of going over and seeing that piece. And then the second piece, which is really kind of the big news, is the Libby Community Playground public art piece that was dropped this last week. And several of us were there for the drop. They brought in a crane that was had to be at least 3 or 4 stories high. And they craned in a 5-ton concrete lizard, which is only one of 3 pieces that were craned in, and dropped it at a point in the playground that separates the tot lot from the youth lot. Next to the lizard was installed what looks almost like a Jabberwocky archway. It has a stainless steel mirror ball, it has building blocks, and the building blocks actually spell out the name of the piece FUN, and then on the other side, FAE, because the piece is called Fun with Faye. And Fun with Faye, Faye is the granddaughter of the artist, Doug Lochner. Doug Lochner conceived this piece. He entered it in a limited competition, and it was selected because we felt that it was something that we call placemaking that public art has the ability to do. And when you come and see this piece, the lizard, the archway, and then there's also a ladybug, which is next to the archway, that separate these two areas of the playground, you will see that it looks like that lizard is just resting there in the ground and always has been resting there in the ground. And I really want to thank Greg Grant in particular, but all of city staff for the work that went into spearheading and making sure that this was done safely and done incredibly with such expertise. It was a pleasure to spend several hours there and watch this piece get dropped. On Ojai Day, Saturday, at 11 o'clock a.m., we are going to have a unique form of a ribbon cutting at the archway, and all the community is invited to come to that. Doug Lochner will be on hand. And I also want to say something else. Doug Lochner is being highlighted at the museum show. So please make going to the museum part of your Ojai Day this year. You will see photographs of the drop of the lizard. There are photographs up, and you will also see some other information that has to do with the fabrication of the entire project. And there are several people to thank for this public art piece. One being the city that was willing to go forward with public art when they were reaching almost that threshold. The Public Art Fund paid for a portion of this with a finite amount of funds that were deposited in the Public Art Fund as a result of waivers that were granted to a couple of developers. In addition to that, the city was saving money because this particular piece did not need some of the infrastructure that was required for some of the other projects that were submitted. And the city gave back the money they saved to Doug Lochner for this project. But by and large, the cost of this project is being borne by the artist himself. And I am talking multiple thousands of dollars of his own money that he has put into this project. And so I think it's very important that the city acknowledge that in some way and thank him, because this project is this artist's project. And it is absolutely delightful. We'll do the ribbon cutting. Everyone's invited on Saturday, and please go to the museum as well, and to Wild Tennis Academy. So thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And also, I haven't spoken to you since I talked to Doug today.
Oh, good.
And I plan on giving him a big thanks at the ribbon cutting on Saturday. And for those of you that didn't, there was a Park and Recreation special meeting beforehand, so I kind of tipped our hand that we were going to have a special ribbon-cutting type of ceremony. But it's going to be unique, so it's not going to be me with the big scissors. So welcome everybody to come. It's going to be a lot of fun. And it should be, because that's what that playground is all about. And I went over and looked at those art pieces in there. Just fabulous. Really, really fabulous. All right, I'll bring it back to the council for reports from councilmen. Councilman Laura? No? Councilman Haney?
I have a few.
Okay.
Well, we talked earlier about the Libby Bowl Committee meeting, and we talked a little bit about the last few events. So far we've had 10 events, 10 public events at Libby Bowl, and just each event gets better and better and better. So instead of getting into some of the comments that we came up to as from a bowl committee, I'll just say that we're happy with the results so far, and we're looking forward to the 2017 bowl venues that are coming up. The second thing is we did meet with Cultural Resources, and we're moving that forward. Hopefully we're going to get something back to council. I'm thinking before the December meeting deadline. I'm hoping sometime in November. The Councilman Savarro and I attended the League of California Cities. Again, it's a 3-day event. It's just, there's so much information, you just can't take it all in 3 days. You know, you attend maybe 6 meetings, and it's just more than you can comprehend. Obviously, the marijuana initiative is one of the biggest ones on all the city's agendas, and it's something that I'm looking forward to Councilman Wyrick's report on. The Councilman Wyrick and I are taking the State Water project tour. I don't know if any of you are aware of it, but you can actually, anyone in the Ventura County, probably if not Los Angeles County, can take this trip. And Colingus Water District actually flies you up to the Oroville Dam, and you start there on the Oroville Reservoir, and then you come downstream, and you actually see how the State Water Project has been built and how it flows. So we're looking forward to that. That's Friday morning. We leave at 5 o'clock in the morning and come back Saturday evening at 7. I did attend the September 20th second as well as Councilman Wyrick, that joint drought summit, and I'll be honest with you, I was disappointed in it for two reasons. The first one, this is what I came away with, and I think this is what they wanted you to hear, was your hand is on the tap. So what they're looking at is conservation only, which I think is part of the solution. It's not the only answer. And it seemed to me the emphasis was placed on the residents of this community and not necessarily on the agriculture side of this community. So I was a little disappointed in that representation. And then the other part of it is, and we're going to talk to it later on this evening, is the fact that I don't have a sense that there's a plan. And I've asked for a plan, and I just don't have a sense there's a plan. So we're going to be looking more into it. I know Russ Bagley's here tonight, and he's going to be talking a little bit on water for us. And I just wanted to well, you know what, I'll wait for that moment, but that's pretty much what I have, Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Clapp, any reports? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Do we need to be warming up the video screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do have a short presentation on water,
Okay.
and I think, Randy, is Angelo going to be brought forward?
Yes, yeah, can we do that again, Paul? We said water on it, I just didn't see it on the,
It's now.
okay.
Presentation on water shortage, it's now.
Oh, there we go. So Angelo, can you
So,
please come
Angela,
up?
if you can, I think it's time to present a little bit of information, and then I believe Board Member Bagley is here to talk about some, see if we have some questions for the Casitas Municipal Water District.
Welcome back again.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. I was here about a month ago. We talked about water and that we're all in this together. I displayed this first chart at the last time I was here. And just as a refresher, the key points of this chart show the rainfall at Matilahaw Canyon and in the city of Ojai on the two bottom curves, and it shows that they've kind of flattened out at 10 inches, less than 10 inches a year for Ojai. And that rainfall rate, the top curve is the storage volume of Lake Casitas, and at that rainfall rate, we've had a steady drop in Lake Casitas since about 2011. And the fall has been about 25,000 acre feet per year. We just entered October, so we're able to call an end to the water year. And that's new information that's on the chart. It's hard to read, but that little straight line that's deviating from the dotted line ending in October shows that there has been a decrease in the withdrawal from the lake in this past year. We've gone from about 25,000 acre feet per year to 21,000 acre feet a year. So we're seeing about a 4,000 acre foot savings in this past year. I prepared a different chart that takes into consideration that as the lake level lowers, so does the evaporation of the lake because the surface area decreases. So this new chart was created to demonstrate, you see the bottom line is a 27% line. The 4,000 acre feet per year that was saved this past year, I'm calling that a 27% savings in water, and so I would represent that as our conservation effort this past year as a 27% savings. Based on that, and I'll get to this next chart, we'll have a little more detail, but these three lines show that the middle line is a 53% reduction in use, and the top line is an 80% reduction in use. If we think we've given our all this past year in the way of conservation, it's going to be tough to string out the volume of the lake. Let me get to this next chart. I mentioned 25,000 acre feet per year for the years 2011 to 2015. And if we assume that we're sending 6,000 acre feet up into the air for evaporation and 4,000 acre feet is going to Ventura, that leaves 15,000 acre feet left over, and let's just assume that that 15,000 acre feet is coming this way. This last year, I said the usage was down to 21,000 acre feet per year. And again, if the 10,000 acre feet is going away, that means that 11,000 acre feet is coming to Ojai. So there's your 4,000 acre feet difference, or that's the 27% savings I'm talking about for conservation this past year. At that rate, if we stay on this rate, and there's always the question, can we continue to conserve like we have this past year? If we continue at that rate, then we'll get into the stage 4 drought reduction in September of 2017, a little bit less than a year from now. And stage 5, which is the most severe drought reduction stage, would occur in March of 2018. If somehow we could really ramp up our conservation effort, and I'm sure it would take a lot more sacrifice, what these curves show is, at least early on, with all of that sacrifice, you don't gain much time. If we doubled our conservation effort, stage 4 would come on in December of 2017. So we'd actually only gain about 3 months in time if we doubled our conservation efforts. We see the out of water figures at our current rate of usage. We'll be out of water in April of 2021. That's about 4.5 years from now. And if we doubled our conservation efforts, we'd gain about a year before the lake is out of water. And I put the 80% number in there just to show you how it goes, but an 80% reduction in use to me is quite impossible. The other subject I'd like to talk about tonight is sediment. The sediment in Lake Casitas has never been measured in its history. The reason I'm concerned about sediment is as the lake level gets down and there's a certain amount of sediment trapped in the lake, sediment becomes a larger percentage of the total volume of the lake. If we have a large deposit of sediment, then we don't have as much water as we think we have. All reservoirs are destined to fail because of sediment. The only question is, how long will it take for them to fail?
Can I interrupt for just one
Sure.
second? I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I understand, though, the sediment holds a lot of water. For instance, I was told that the sediment in Matilaha Dam holds about 20,000 acre feet, and it also protects it from evaporation. So when you say that the sediment is a problem, isn't there a lot of water that's being stored within the sediment?
I don't think so.
You don't?
No,
Okay.
the total volume of Matilaha is only 7,000 acre feet. There can't be 20,000 acre feet of
Yeah.
water
Okay.
in there. So this if you pick up a handful of mud and squeeze it, how much water do you get out of that mud? So I would say saturated mud, yeah, it has a little water, but I would
Okay.
not even begin to consider it significant.
Okay, thank you.
So in some of my assumptions about looking at potential sediment in Lake Casitas, this is a little geography lesson here. We have the Santa Ynez Mountains basically running east and west. The valley to the north of the Santa Ynez Mountains, we have the Santa Ynez River drainage heading west, and we've got the Matilaha Creek drainage running east. And you see my Murrieta Saddle, that's the high point in that valley to the north of the Santa Ynez Range. We have 3 lakes that are on the Santa Ynez River. We have Jameson, Gibraltar, and Cachuma that are supplying water to Montecito and Santa Barbara. And then to the right, of course, we have the Matilaha Reservoir, and we see the 3 creeks that are draining into the Matilaha Reservoir. On the south side of the range, we have Coyote Creek drainage, we have Santa Ana Creek drainage, and we have the diversion canal coming in, feeding Lake Casitas. So my theory is, chances are the soil on the north side of the mountains is pretty much the same as the soil on the south side of the mountains. So I'm saying that there probably is a reason that we could equate sediment accumulation from the north side to the south side. Sediment is a major problem for 2 of the 3 reservoirs on the Santa Ynez River, and I say 2 of the 3 because I couldn't find any sediment data on Jameson Lake. And this is a picture of Jameson Lake, and its original storage volume was a little over 5,200 acre feet, and again, I could find no data on sediment. Lake Kachuma capacity is down by 21,000 acre feet in 60 years, and that's because of sediment accumulation. The original capacity of Lake Kachuma was 205,000 acre feet, so when originally built, it was a little smaller than Casitas. Gibraltar Lake was only 14,500 acre feet when it was originally built. It has accumulated over 14,000 acre feet of sediment. So when they found this much sediment in the lake, they built the dam a little higher in the front and to try to double its capacity. So now it has about 14,000 acre feet available for water, and there is over 14,000 acre feet of sediment in that in Gibraltar. And of course, you all know the story of Matilaha Lake. And there are some estimates that behind Matilaha we have 8,000 acre feet of sediment, and the reason for that is there are deltas upstream that have continued to build with sediment. So our sediment accumulation behind Lake Matilaha is potentially larger than the original volume of the lake was. And right now, because of the notching, the capacity of Matilaha is down to around 3,800 acre feet, and probably only 500 acre feet of that are water at this time. The rest is sediment. The Lake Casitas drainage area is about 75% in area in square miles of the Matilaha Lake drainage area, and that's where I'm drawing my parallel in the comparison of the drainage areas. And I would like to also state that I believe the effective drainage area for Lake Casitas is larger than that 75% of Matilaha Lake, because we also have the diversion canal that is running from the Ventura River into Lake Casitas. For the 50 years that the diversion canal has been running, it has diverted over 600,000 acre feet of water and sediment into the lake. So that's why I'm saying the effective drainage area for Lake Casitas is higher than what it appears, because we're diverting so much water from the Ventura River into the lake. So how much sediment is in Lake Casitas? We really don't know. Many of the studies that I researched come up with numbers of 0.1% to 0.5% of lake capacity per year of sediment accumulation. For the Lake Casitas example, 0.1% per year would be about 254 acre feet per year of sediment accumulation. Over a period of 50 years, that would equate to something greater than 12,000 acre feet. Kachuma and Matilaha both fall within this 0.1% to 0.2% range. Gibraltar is off the scale at 1% accumulation. A little Gibraltar Lake is accumulating sediment right now at 150 acre feet per year. If Casitas were at 1%, there could be over 12,000 acre feet of sediment in the lake now. And the reason I'm calling that significant is the current lake storage is less than 93,000 acre feet right now. Where and state 4 drought reduction comes in at 75,000 acre feet. That means that we have 18,000 acre feet to go to reach stage 4, assuming that 93,000 acre feet is all water. If it's not all water, then we're going to get to stage 4 before we think we're going to get there. So if we have 12,700 acre feet of sediment, for instance, and we think we have we're 18,000 acre feet away from a stage 4, we're actually only 5,300 acre feet away from a stage 4. So that's why I believe sediment is a significant consideration. Anyway, I've been recommending that we find out how much water we really have by performing a bathymetric survey. And I just received an email from Steve Wickstrom yesterday from Casitas saying that they're going to pursue performing a bathymetric study on the lake, and it should come before the board toward the end of this month. I think the meeting that's on, let's see, today's the 12th, the meeting that's on the 26th, the bathymetric survey will come before the board for approval or disapproval. So I'm delighted that Steve Wickstrom offered that and is coming up with that and pushing it to the board. The last thing I'd like to talk about is, and this is a busy chart, but it's a State Water Project tie-in piping chart. And I think this is very, very significant. I'm not sure how many people understand what we're looking at for the State Water Project piping connection. I'd like to draw your attention to the left side of the figure. This is the Lake Casitas piping that comes out of the filtration plant at the head of the dam. The main pipe that comes out of the filtration plant is 56 inches in diameter. It branches south and north at Foster Park. The branch that comes north to Ojai starts out at 42 inches, next down to 39, next down to 32 inch. What I really consider significant is that we have a 30-inch diameter line running from Foster Park to near the Mission in Ventura. And right now, that's the line that's feeding water to Ventura. The rest of this chart, I know it's kind of busy, but if you look at the red blob in the center, we can call that red blob the Highway 118 bridge that goes over the Santa Clara River between Somas and Satacoy. That is really the crux at this point of this water project tie-in. What is really significant is how we size that pipe, I believe. I think it's absolutely critical, not only to our near-term future, but to our long-term future, how that pipe is sized. If you look to the right, Callegas Municipal Water District, you see the Highway 118 and Price Road termination. That's a 24-inch diameter pipe there. If you go 5 miles to the east, Callegas has two 30-inch lines available at the intersection of Highway 118 and Highway 34. So you can see that we have a lot more water available from Callegas if we go 5 miles east of the Highway 118 Price Road connection. And the Highway 118 Price Road connection has been in the press as our first choice for a connection. Another 5 miles east, and we can get into much more available water from Callegas, or from the State Water Project, or from state supplemental water that may become available. And I know it's nothing that we can put our finger on now for availability, but it would be a shame to have this water available to us and not have the capacity to bring it to Casitas. Again, we have a 30-inch line coming from Ventura to Casitas, so why should we size anything under that coming from a Callegas connection coming west? The termination that you see just to the left of the little red blob in Satacoy, that termination is into the Ventura water system. That's where the piping that's going to be installed will terminate. The unknown section is the Ventura piping, and we don't know what the city of Ventura has there. Obviously, they know. We just don't know what it is. So a consideration would need to be made. If we get to the water to the west side of the Santa Clara River, then how do we get it to Ojai? And those are all things that need to be considered in the State Water Project tie-in, the study that's going on in the city of Ventura right now, headed up by Shauna Epstein. So I'd like to leave you with the fact that we need to pay attention to, be informed about how this pipe is going to be sized. Another consideration on this piping is that Callegas has already broken a lot of ground on coming up with a desal proposal for the county. And they have a beautiful presentation that they've put out that is talking about a 90 or 95,000 acre feet per year desalination plant for the county. And talking with Susan Mulligan at Callegas, she agrees that if the State Water Project piping is put in, then when they get their desal plant up and running, and yeah, it may be 10 years, it may be 20 years, but we have to look that far forward for a desalination plant. If we have that basic piping infrastructure there, then tying in the desal plant to that piping is going to be that much easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Ryrick?
Just a couple of quick questions, unless Councilman
we have time.
7.5, we have 30 inches on the west side before the unknown part. We have 30 inches on the east side at that 118, 134. Two quick questions. This year, 60% was available under the 3 entitlements that could be delivered through that pipe. The entitlements, 20,000 acre feet per year. This year, 60% was available, meaning 12,000 acre feet would be available for delivery if the pipeline was there to the 3 different agencies.
Yeah, split among the 3 agencies.
What does a 30-inch pipe translate into in terms of being able to take how many acre feet per year?
I'm going to have to guess at that, but I suspect a 30-inch line could do somewhere near 20,000 acre feet a year.
All right, so 30-inch is scaled to the size of the entitlement that we have, the 3 agencies, United, Casitas, and the City of Ventura currently have.
Well, I would need to make sure that
Roughly.
we looked at that 30-inch line, but
I mean, roughly. is what
But a
I'm saying.
30-inch line can move a lot of water.
Okay, but I mean, it seems like there's some relationship there to the three entitlements when you add them up.
I think it's only by accident. I think.
I know that, yeah, yeah, I know that. The second question is, let's just take 30 inch, it's just an example. 7.5 miles, 30-inch pipe, what does that cost? Assuming you have to go under the river?
I don't know what the total capital cost is, but what I've asked two different engineers, one of whom was Susan Mulligan, and the other was Steve Wickstrom. How much extra does it cost to jump up the pipe diameter?
Right, I'm just trying to get some kind of number out there, because I've heard numbers.
Yeah, well,
I've heard the 20 to 30 million.
well, right now Ventura has $14 million budgeted. And Shauna Epstein feels that ain't going to be enough. So what is the upper limit? Maybe it's 20 million. But I did find out that by increasing pipe diameter, if you double pipe diameter, you don't double capital cost.
Right.
There's a small percentage increase in capital cost by increasing pipe diameter. So I think we really need to look hard at how much more do we need to pay for a larger diameter pipe. If you're paying $18 million for a 24-inch pipe, are you willing to pay $20 million for a 30-inch pipe?
Right.
So I think those cost considerations, you need to take a hard look at those.
Just trying to get some information out for, for everyone's, education.
Yeah, if I were going to have a wild guess, I would think that this project, if 14 million isn't going to be enough, maybe 20 million would be.
Okay. And then the last question is, I promise, is that we're talking here more than just getting water from the state water project. We're talking about, for example, I saw an article here from Santa Barbara that would be experiencing water death now without their connection to the state water project.
Right.
And they mentioned that beyond, at times when the state water project only could provide 5 or 20% of their entitlement, they were able to get supplemental water, which is not state water. And they point out that since 2014, they've gotten 26,000 acre-feet of non-state water through their connection that was for state water.
Right.
Number one, so we're not talking about a backup system here or diversifying our supply just for state water. And number two, this is also the what both Los Angeles County and Santa Barbara use is they use their connection to state water in order to enhance storage for other agencies in their reservoirs.
Well,
and that's also an important aspect because A, if you start getting into effluent treatment, or B, into desal, or B, you have wet years and dry years, you want storage close. And that's what Santa Barbara and Los Angeles County have done, and that's what West County Ventura does not do, my understanding.
Right.
Okay, am I correct in that?
I believe so.
Okay, enough of mine.
Another key point about the supplemental water that the Central Coast Water Agency brought in for Santa Barbara is that they were able to negotiate with rice farmers in the Central Valley, and the price they paid for that water turned out to be quite a bargain delivered to them at Lake Cachuma. So I know there's a lot of information going around about how expensive state water is. It ain't necessarily true depending on the circumstances and how well you can shop for water.
Right.
I think the most important thing for the community to recognize is, again, state water is not a panacea. What it is, it's an opportunity to supplement what you have or what you will need in the future. The other thing is, I believe, isn't Colingus right now thinking about increasing that 24-inch pipe size? Isn't that?
Yeah, there was some discussion that they were going to run a 36-inch pipe parallel to the 24 that runs between the Highway 118, Highway 34 intersection and the Highway 118 Price Road intersection. So that 5 miles, they were considering installing a parallel pipe to increase capacity to that point. But what we have in place right now are the two 30-inch lines and the 124-inch lines. Those exist right now.
And I appreciate you, as an engineer, not wanting to speculate because you want to deal with facts. So I appreciate you answering William's questions to the best of your ability.
Well, I wish I'd have known ahead of time you're going to ask about a 30-inch line. I would have had a more accurate answer for you.
So, Angelo, again, thank you so much for this information, and thank you for your time. Did you have a question, Ro?
Yes.
I had a question. You talked about the desalination plant. The county, you said, is contemplating possibly looking into one. Is that the same one as Oxnard, or are those two different plants? Because my understanding is that Oxnard is looking into desalination.
I don't know about that. I have seen a PowerPoint presentation that Callegas developed. It's a beautiful, very professional PowerPoint presentation that they're ready to go out and start work. There are 2 desalination plants, brand new ones going in Huntington Beach and in El Segundo. And these are 2 new plants that are just going through the permitting process and coming online. So I think we need to be aware of the desalination option, because there are a lot of people around us that are running with those. Santa Barbara is just coming online in November at 3,000 acre-feet a year. Montecito is working with Santa Barbara right now to become a member of that Santa Barbara desalination plant, because Montecito has a real water problem. Their source is Jameson Lake for water, and Jameson Lake is becoming a mud hole. There's rampant well drilling in Montecito right now. They don't have a moratorium in Montecito for well drilling. So their water table is suffering. So Montecito is really in a tough fix. And they're looking to work with Santa Barbara to not only get Santa Barbara a portion of their 3,000 acre-feet per year out of their desal plant, but they're hoping that because they're another user that they can get that capacity up to full, which is 10,000 acre-feet a year in the Santa Barbara desal plant.
Okay, great, thanks.
I have 2 questions. One is, how would the water get, if we were going to store it at Lake Casitas, how does the water get from the State Water Project to the lake? Is that possible?
Absolutely. And that's what I tried to illustrate here with the piping. We have Callejas gets all their water from Metropolitan Water District in Los Angeles. And of course, Metropolitan is tied into all of the state water, Colorado River water, 3 aqueducts, Lake Castaic, all those belong to the Met. So Callejas gets their water from the Met, and Callejas has water available at a dead end at Highway 118 and Price Road. So, yeah, it would be, and Callejas has already quoted to the, Casitas how much water would cost if it comes that route, because you have to pay surcharges to these various agencies to move it. But yes, if we had a pipeline from the Callejas system, it would come across the bridge or under the Santa Clara River to Satacoy into the Ventura system, and then we'd have to work with Ventura to see, okay, how do we get it from Satacoy to our existing 30-inch line by the Ventura Mission?
Right, but I'm not clear on this. Isn't the water in that line coming down from the lake?
Right now it is, yes. Yeah,
You can reverse it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I cleared that with Steve Wickstrom. I had a meeting with him last week. And yeah, we can pressurize that line and
Okay.
we can pump water up the hill.
Okay. Then my next question is there some depth that you can drill a well, let's say, in the Ojai Basin, where the water becomes very brackish?
Yeah, I talked to Jordan Keir about that very point, because I was concerned, how deep can we pull down the basin before we get into water that's not so hot? And he thinks it's, and it hasn't been proven, but he believes, and I think he's a pretty smart guy, he believes that it's around 600 feet. So, and he believes that maybe 10% of the water is, as you say, brackish at 600 feet or below.
Okay.
But there's also a potential for using that brackish water, and I talked with him about there are portable desalination plants that you bring in on 40-foot trailers, and you just kind of plug them in. So if you have a place to put the wastewater, the brackish wastewater that's a result of your desalination process, then you can dispose of that brackish water that's a product of the desalination, a byproduct of desalination, and then you can make that water potable.
Okay, and then that potentially could be transported to Lake Casitas, right?
Well,
Or would it be used?
At that point, we would probably be desperate for water here. If we're down to that level, we're going to need the water
Well,
right
no,
here.
I'm thinking going to that level, even though we might not have to, as an alternate source for water before the basin gets that low.
I'm not sure you can have selective drilling, because the way the well casings are set up, and I don't know about well casings, so, but I believe it would be tough to go down and pull the brackish water out before you actually decrease the level of the basin to get to it.
All right.
One final thought on that, though, Mayor, is the fact that Golden State has the 2 deepest wells in the valley at 600 feet already. Golden State Water District has those.
Okay.
Yeah, Golden State is down to 600 feet, and they're not pulling bad water,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it, as always. Russ, did you want to comment?
If you want me to.
Sure.
Yes, we do.
Of course we do.
Okay. Well, I did prepare for it.
Yeah. Good.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Let me see. I don't know quite what to say about my disclaimer tonight, because I wasn't directly asked to come here and talk to you by the council, but the chairman of the board, Pete Kaiser, did wonder if I was going to be here, and since our general manager couldn't be here, I'm it. I'm not representing the Ojai Valley Sanitary District, and I'm not representing OBGMA, although I'll answer any questions you want on anything. I don't have to bring up my first point, and that is that Angelo just let you know that Steve Wickstrom is going to bring forward the bathymetric study, or LIDAR, or some other mechanism for measuring what the silt accumulation is in the lake. That'll be coming up pretty soon. Okay, a lot of concern about the state of Lake Casitas and our water future is building daily. I can feel it. You can too, can't you? Mm-hmm. This drought has not happened overnight. I've said it before. The last time the lake filled was in 1998. 2005 was a real close second because we were, 2 feet away from spilling, but it didn't happen. So in my mind, this drought began 18 years ago based on the less than average rainfall over that same time period. Most people didn't recognize what was happening and continued to use water unconsciously. How has Casitas Municipal Water District prepared for the drought? Okay, we instituted and we have now amended the Water Efficiency and Allocation Program, the acronym is WEAP, by ordinance. That's our law. This ordinance provides water users with a precise amount of water to be used inside the house and also for outside irrigation. And if they go over that allocation, there's going to be a penalty. And we just raised that from $1 to $5. So it's going to be serious. And the reason we use those kinds of penalties is because it's one of the primary tools that water agencies use as a financial incentive to get people to pay attention to their water use. Recently, each and every water user, and that includes farmers, which has never happened before, they had a global kind of allocation of 8,840 acre-feet for everybody. Now each and every individual farmer has an allocation. And that's a big change from the drought that we had before, the 5-year drought that we had before in the late 80s, and then terminating with the March Miracle in 1992. This way, when the customer gets their bill, they can actually figure out how to stay within their allocation. Also included in the WEAP are the demand reduction tactics that we have for each stage of lake level during a drought. And these are actual actions mandated by Casitas water users for Casitas water users to comply with for the conservation of the lake water resource. Our customers' conservation efforts have so far surpassed the state's conservation standard. And you may have seen the article in the Star recently printed and from the AP News Service about a single-digit reduction attributed to Lake Casitas. Well, one of the reasons why the state puts out that kind of information is because they don't know how to look at Casitas. Normally, they look at water agencies that are all urban. That's easy for them to calculate. Or they look at water agencies that are all agriculture. Casitas has urban, we have agriculture, we have municipal and industrial customers, we have resale customers. And it just drives the state crazy. They want us to look at total water production and glom it all together and try to figure out what the reductions are, and you can't do it. You really can't. So we get dinged by the state. Last year, or this year, we had to come up with an urban water, we do an urban water management plan that's mandated by the state. But in order to separate the ag use from the urban use, we were told we had to have an agricultural water management plan. Now, state law says that you have to have more than 30,000 acres of ag in order to produce the agricultural water management plan. We don't have 10,000 acre feet, but they made us do it anyway. Our state mandated, let's see, let me get back to my notes here. Let me give you some of the reduction numbers for the gallons per capita per day, which we do very well. And the overall system reduction was 31.808%. Residential, actually, I don't know how these are different and how they come out differently, but residential was 38.34%. Urban was 43.19%, and ag was 2.661%. And remember, ag has already reduced probably 30 or 40% up till now. Casitas has recently refurbished its one and only water well in Miramonte. The work has been completed, but the project had to wait for Southern California Edison to hook up the power for the well. There was a problem with the crane being too close to power lines, and we had to wait quite some time for Edison to come out because they were busy with infrastructure repairs because of wildfires around the state and in Southern California. It's up and running now, and it's being calibrated with our pumping plant to make sure that we get proper blending because the Miramonte well is high in nitrates. Just recently, Casitas applied for and received a grant from the State Water Resources Control Board, or DWR, I'm not quite sure, but it was Prop 84 money, to construct and implement a hypolimnaic, this is your new word for the night, hypolimnaic oxygenation system. This project provides frozen oxygen to be converted to gas and delivered to the waters of the lake closest to the dam to reduce algae growth and prevent minerals such as manganese from rising from the floor of the lake during turnover, causing turbidity and taste and odor problems. This system has worked brilliantly and has allowed much more water at greater depths to be utilized for our customers. That's lengthening the water use for Lake Casitas. Now, what's Plan B? Future water. The Board of Directors approved a contract with an engineering firm and a hydrogeologist to explore opportunities for new local water resources and the State Water Project Intertie for our water future. This report is to be completed very soon and will likely be on the October 26th board agenda. Dialogue and discussions for an opportunity to connect to the State Water Project water source through Callegas Municipal Water District and the City of Ventura and Eastern Ventura County. Casitas is at the table for our State Water Project contract and our water interests. This is the first time the possibility of contracted state water being available that would not bankrupt the district or shatter our Ojai Valley culture and community. Now, here's some things you should know about this process. The negotiations for the Callegas pipeline are both complicated and sensitive. The negotiations must be and are legally allowed to be confidential. Everyone does that when they're negotiating for a very large and costly project. There are many good reasons for this confidentiality. There are many moving parts associated with the negotiations and the multiple agency considerations and perhaps limitations that they themselves may have to accomplish this 5.5-mile pipeline for wheeling water. The potential for a pipeline from Satagoy to Casitas facilities will be a separate set of negotiations with the City of Ventura and carry equal amounts of sensitivity. Remember that in an extreme emergency, water can be requisitioned to be moved south and east from Casitas. Just think of an earthquake taking out that 36-inch pipe of Callegas where they get water from Metropolitan Water District and try to store water underground. The city of Thousand Oaks and all of the customers for Callegas would be cut off from water. If that pipeline exists from Casitas to Satacoy, water could be going south and east in an extreme emergency. Let's see. Casitas has an inescapable fiduciary responsibility to its customers. Casitas cannot commit multiple millions of dollars of ratepayers' money without proper due diligence and protection. You do that yourselves for projects. You make sure that you do your due diligence to make sure that the citizens of Ojai are protected. Just remember, it took Casitas over a year to figure out a financing mechanism for the eminent domain action against Golden State Water. We did our due diligence, and both the Casitas customers and the Golden State customers here in the city of Ojai are treated equitably and responsibly. One last thing I'd like to say about this upcoming meeting. This upcoming meeting is only to pick the most responsible bidder for the project. And there isn't a project yet. There are no engineering designs. Those will come later. We have time to interject ourselves into the design process if we want to. And it'll also give us time to do our due diligence. We're not turning a blind eye to the possibility of state water. However, there are some people who really don't want it to come here, like Supervisor Steve Bennett. Doesn't agree with it. The Ventura River project as designed by the Bureau of Reclamation in 1954 to withstand a 20-year drought has proven itself to be absolutely correct. Perhaps people in the Casitas district have all had the benefits of all of this planning and operation to sustain itself on rainfall alone, which is really a trick in Southern California. There is enough water in the lake to sustain our customers for 4 years plus, without rain. As a parting thought, I receive a blog from a man named Jay Lund called the California Water Blog. Last week, he recommends that, quote, plan for another year of drought. And then in parentheses, he adds, and prepare for flooding as well. It's a crapshoot. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So let's all hang in there patiently. Anything else?
No, thank you, Russ. Any questions of Mr. Baggerly?
Did you want to go first?
Well, I have a ton of questions. In fact, if I remember correctly, Monday night at about 1:30 in the morning, I was contemplating all the questions I had for you, Russ. I came to your board over a month ago, and I made this statement: failure to plan is planning to fail. Remember that? I made that statement, and then I used the analogy of a football game. 18 years ago, or I'm going to even less than it, but I'm going to say 10 years ago, we reached a zero-sum game where we stopped replenishing lake water. And what bothers me is the fact that now we're 4 years away from this community, if not 2 years away from this community, being devastated by the lack of water. Now, I'm not going to blame it all on Casitas Municipal Water District, but I'm going to put a fair amount of blame on it. But having said that, like I said, I've tossed and turned on this, and I'm just discouraged. I really am. And I'm not discouraged with you personally. I'm discouraged with the Casitas Municipal Water District outfit. I just don't think anyone has put any thought to this until this emergency has arose or arisen, and I'm getting just pissed right now thinking about it. The fact that we don't have a plan, and now we're being told, well, we're considering a plan, but the plan's going to take a lot of careful thought, and ultimately we will get something done, but right now we can't tell you what we're going to do. So I'm just at a loss for words, and so what I'm going to do is take a step back, because I do have some questions that I'd like to ask you, but I'm going to let other council people have a little say in it.
All right, I just want to remind the council, it's now 8:30.
time.
We haven't even gotten to an agenda item yet,
Right,
so.
so I think we need to cut this very short. I think so. And a lot of information here. I want to try to summarize my perspective, Russ. I'm looking forward to being at your board meeting tomorrow afternoon, excuse me. The question that keeps bugging me is that the administrator for 20,000 acre-feet of entitlement is your board. And yet the lead designer for taking delivery of that, the agency taking the lead for designing that connection to be able to take delivery for those three agencies is a different agency. And there's a lot of issues there, but when I understand about the sensitivity, the negotiations, and I already mentioned to you earlier than this, the discomfort I have is the lack of policy goals stated by the board. In other words, what is there was a lot of discussion at the Drought Summit about regional collaboration and diversifying water sources, of which one example of that is the State Water Project connection and all the various aspects of that are far more than just state water. But what we don't hear from Casitas board is, well, what are our board goals in service to this entire community, the entire valley, that we're hoping to achieve? That's different from sensitive negotiations. It's what is the Casitas Municipal Water District trying to achieve in terms of diversifying water sources with this one immediate issue of the State Water Project connection. And I very much remember Bert Rapp addressing your board, saying, why is this on the list of possibilities? Why isn't this taken off? Because we know we need to do this and get some goals and move forward on this and communicate to the community what we want to achieve with this. And that's where I'm having some discomfort with the lack of the express statement of this is a goal and this is what we're hoping to achieve as a board for the community. And there's lots of questions associated with that, but that's my level of discomfort.
Okay, well.
And we need to keep it brief. This is under a presentation topic. It's not a fully agendized issue. So if you can answer it, please do it briefly.
Okay.
And I won't ask any more questions.
Well, in terms of why the State Water Project intertie was on the list of things that I put in my memo, you can blame me, Randy. I did that. But I think that we can't put all of our eggs in one basket. We need to be looking for other water resources. And I think that the overall goal of Casitas Municipal Water District is to deliver water to you. And we're doing that. And I think that will continue. I really do.
Well, like you said, Russ, I'm sorry for personalizing it, but the, again, if that's the intended goal of that reservoir is to sell water, I think that's one function of it. But I think that function you might want to look at and say, if there's nothing to sell, then we're going to lose revenue. So maybe if we can't sell it, we might figure out how to store some. And I think that's another revenue source that you guys might want to look at. So again, those are ongoing conversations, and we'll be at your board meeting, obviously, tomorrow, and we're going to be ongoing. I just want to tie back into William's last question again, and I just feel this is the one that keeps coming up all the time, is that the administrative duties of Casitas Municipal Water District is to oversee that 20,000 acre-feet of water coming in from the State Water Project. And again, I'm just at a loss for words as to why Casitas Municipal is not administering that.
The administration of the State Water Project is many-faceted. It has to do with payments to the state for the State Water Project, the administration of the taxes that are collected and sent to the state. It's mostly administrative, not project-related, because there usually isn't any water available that's reliable from the state.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Russ.
Thank you, Russ.
I appreciate it. All right, moving on to the consent calendar.
So moved.
Anybody want to?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
I apologize. I need to go to the restroom.
Okay.
Hold an item.
do I stop?
Yes, stop. I'll see if the motion maker's willing to pull it. Are you willing to, who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, you willing to pull the motion so that we can pull something off the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. What item do you want to pull off?
Item D.
Okay? You want to adjust your motion then?
So moved consent calendar, except for D.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney.
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. All right, Councilwoman Clapp, item D.
Yes, I was wondering if somebody could explain to me what exactly the window and door repair is going to be, and if there was an RFQ and an RFP related to that item.
Mr.
Be happy to have our Public Works Director, Mr. Grant, answer that question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, we prepared a full set of plans on that, and we put it out for, even though it's below the formal bidding level of $100,000, we followed the same process. We advertised it in the Ventura County Star. We contacted the contractors associations, and we received about 10 interested bidders on that. In the end, we only received 2 bids, but one bid was in the expected, actually quite a bit lower in the range we expected. We did have lead-based paint on some of the exterior of the building, so that really jacks up your prices significantly from what we expected. And so the project is essentially going through the exterior trim of the City Hall and fixing deteriorated wood and windows of the fascia, the windows, replacing a couple windows, and removing any deteriorated lead-based paint or other paints, and then repainting it all.
So the original windows are going to stay, just be repaired?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
I did have one other question. I apologize.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Clapp.
Was the HPC talked, did this go by them at all as far as, you know, because it is on the docket for being a historic building, and was it brought forward to them as whether they had any feedback on the matter or not about retain? Because the reason I'm asking is I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be pulling the windows, discarding them, replacing them with other windows that aren't architecturally, you know.
As I understand it, as long as we maintain the same colors and the same, since we're repairing the windows, it's all a repair project.
So
in
it's
the
just
same color. There wasn't an
yeah.
issue with HPC.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes,
Hey,
Councilman.
Greg, are you looking at replacing this arbor out in front?
We're considering it. We're going to see how much money we have left in the contingency that we've requested.
Okay, well, if you come up with a design on that, would you let me know? Because I'd be interested as a company to offer our services to do it for free.
That's hard to pass up. Okay. I'll make a deal with you. If we purchase the materials and you guys want to do it, terrific.
Great, thank
We'll
you.
take care of it.
Mr.
Thanks.
McCleary, did you have a comment?
I just want to clarify one thing under the recommendation. It was a little unclear. For recommendation number 2, we would actually, slight modification of that, just simply changes that to authorize the Public Works Director to approve change orders not to exceed the budgeted amount of $40,000. The 20% a change order would actually exceed the $40,000 budgeted, and that is not our recommendation. We're not asking for change orders to exceed the $40,000 budgeted amount.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion on item D.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes?
Councilmember Clapp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. All right, moving on to our discussion items. Item number 2 is the Libby Bowl use fee waiver for the Ojai Film Society single film event. Mr. McCleary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is before you for City Council to make a determination on whether we would like to waive all or a portion of the fees. This is a continuation of the Ojai Film Society film series. This would be for the showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show in Libby Bowl on October 29th. The Film Society is asking that the City Council consider waiving all or a portion of the total fee for the event, which would be $700, the $100 application fee, plus the $600 per day nonprofit use fee. There would be no maintenance fee to be collected as part of this activity because the ticket values are priced at $12, which is less than the $15 threshold to collect the maintenance fee. And I believe the applicant, Mr. Harris, is here to answer any questions.
Okay. Is there any questions of staff by the council? Okay. Mr. Harris, welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening.
Evening.
Mayor, council members. Marty Harris, the Film Society. You heard the request. I mean, we're looking for a waiver, primarily because it turns out that, you know, it's a zero-sum game for us when we show movies there. You know, so any consideration we can get from the council is going to help us. I mean, we're lucky if we make $100 on these things, you know.
Okay.
And it's primarily just to, you know, to provide something for the community, so.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions? Oh, the applicant? No? Okay. I thank you. You can just have a seat, and we may have a question for you in a minute. We only have one speaker's card on this topic, and it's from Steve Quillisi.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Steve Quillisi, West Eucalyptus Street in the city. I'm here to urge you not to grant a fee waiver in this case for the following reasons. The fee pays for maintenance, cleanup, and future improvements or refurbishments of Libby Bowl. Failure to collect the fee puts the citizens at risk to pay for those items. Other nonprofits pay this fee. In particular, I know of Memorial Day, this Memorial Day celebration, and the Ojai Independence Day Committee, which always has an event on July 3rd. They both pay this fee, and they separately raise funds to pay this fee, among other things. The Ojai Film Society should not be given preferential treatment. This is a simple matter of fairness. If you treat all parties equally and equitably, especially if the Ojai Film Society is a nonprofit, and I don't know, I know they charge admission to their event, and the Memorial Day and Independence Day folks do not charge any admission fee to their events, yet they do pay this fee. Finally, and here we are with Bowl Full of Blues all over again. Your individual and collective good or bad feelings about the Ojai Film Society should have no effect on your deliberations in this matter, unless you intend to treat all like parties the same. Otherwise, you're picking winners and losers among members of your citizenry, and I don't think that's fair. A fee waiver policy would put the city's taxpayers at even more financial risk of paying for cleanup, maintenance, and future refurbishment or improvement of Libby Bowl. And so again, I urge you, do not waive these fees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. That was the only speaker's card I have on this agenda item. Is there anyone else wishing to address us? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to council for comments, questions, or a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Clapp.
I move to deny a waiver of a portion or any fees proposed by the Ojai Film Society Summer Film showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I move to deny a fee waiver.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it for purposes of discussion. Any discussion?
I was just wanting to refresh my memory about the Ojai Film Society. Because you've come before us on one waiver, right? On the couple, but the
Yeah.
first one was denied, and then you came for...
Yeah, the first one was denied because we had asked for multiple days at the bowl. And, I was told that we had asked for too many days, so I gave up most of them, and then I came back and asked for a waiver, and it was granted.
And the reason why you came again, could you...
Well, I mean, if you want me to talk about the financials, yes, we are a nonprofit. So for example, we have to rent a projection system, which is pretty expensive, and we pay a 50% licensing fee for the movie. So whatever we make, we're paying half of it for licensing the movie. By the time we finish, there's really no money left anyway.
Okay. Did you look at the criteria that was on the application for requesting a waiver?
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than financial, like clarity and originality and depth of idea presented to proposal, do you have any comments on the value it'll bring to the community in terms of this film?
Well, I mean, we're charging a very low fee, and all of the movies that we're showing pull in at least 400 people, of which, I've done informal surveys of the audiences, and probably 15% to 20% are visitors.
Okay.
So, there's a certain amount of financials that goes back to the city, just because we're providing the service.
And could you give, because I know you did it at the first fee waiver, the history of the Ojai Film Society in terms of, you said that you had stopped providing films because of the theater, or was it?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the Film Society has been showing movies since '89 in the Valley. And up until I forget the year, I guess the first time the theater was sold to be refurbished, the Film Society shut down because the movie theater wasn't around. But before the flood, we had just started to generate enough revenue to pay for ourselves. When the flood happened, everything got shut down. We now show movies at Matilaha and at the Art Center. It's really not a financially viable thing for us to do, and in fact, we're using money that's been given to us for educational stuff just to keep the Film Society going. And honestly, if the theater doesn't open pretty soon, we're considering shutting down anyway, just because it's not financially viable to continue to do without the theater,
So I'm hearing that there's really no plan for sustaining this.
Well, I mean, honestly, right now, or we have been dependent on the theater.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So, since the theater is in litigation, there's really no actions we can take one way or the other.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant?
Not a question, no, I have a comment.
Okay. Thank you. You can sit down.
In principle, I agree with Mr. Quillis's analysis, and I agree with the principle of Councilperson Clapp's motion. The only mitigating issue was just touched on. I don't know of any nonprofit in this valley that's been more impacted by Golden State and the Playhouse. And they had equipment in there that they were using. They now have to rent. I believe that's correct. So, the only mitigating factor that I see to address Mr. Quillis's correct point is the asymmetric impact on this nonprofit in particular that was part and has been part of our city's culture because of the Golden State pipe burst. So that's the only thing that, in my mind, justifies continued assistance. But if it wasn't for that, I don't think it's it's not debatable. That's my opinion.
Any other comments?
I mean, we did, as a council, decide to grant this way of requesting a fee waiver to see if there was a unique circumstances to help nonprofits. And the Film Society have come in front of us a few times. And I am about granting some but not granting others, just because I feel like sometimes it does benefit our community, and I think Mr. Quillisi has brought up really good points. But at the same time, in terms of the maintenance fee, this doesn't apply because of ticket sales, so that argument's irrelevant in these circumstances. I'm really I was trying to get the bottom of why the Film Society keeps coming and requesting these fee waivers, and because I think when we approve this process, we want to show support to nonprofits, but at the same time, this is not a way to add for sustainability in terms of granting nonprofits activities for uses of the bowl. But I think Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick does bring a good point in terms of the impact that they've had in terms of using the theater, and that to me is a good enough reason to maybe entertain the notion of granting him some or part of some of the fee waiver, just because the fact that they've been impacted by the theater. But other than that, I just don't see how another reason why I would be willing to grant them a break on fees. And I'm still not convinced that we should deny him the whole or part of the fee waiver, that we should consider and have a dialogue here on council to see if it is the benefit of if this activity does benefit our constituents.
Yeah, Councilman Ian.
So it's interesting we're talking about this because we talked about it in the Libby Bowl Arts and Festival Committee. And we're going to look at the Arts Commission actually has a fee waiver system already in place. So we're going to have Michael Addison bring that back to the committee to look at. And pretty much what it does is at the beginning of the year when you sign up for your dates on the calendar, that you come back to that commission and you request a fee waiver at the very beginning of it, which makes sense. So what we're looking at is down the road in Libby Bowl, if a nonprofit comes in and it doesn't have the ability to be self-sustaining, that they can ask at the front end for a waiver, and then the committee can look at that and weigh it properly and put it in perspective. So that's one thing that we talked about. The second thing we did talk about is the fact that the commercial entities that use the bowl do a very good job of cleaning it and maintaining it, and we do get a fee for it. And so far, out of the 10 events that we've had there, the nonprofits seem to be the worst at fulfilling their obligation as regarding maintaining it. So part of me says that we're funding that maintenance and that we need those funds to do that. So again, I'm kind of stuck in between the two. Is I agree with the issue that Councilman Wyrick brought up about the Golden State impacts. And I think Mr. Quillisi makes a great point regarding the funds that need to go into the maintenance. And that was one of the reasons that facility was actually brought to its knees, was that there was never the proper amount of maintenance money set aside for it. So, I was for this waiver before, and tonight I would vote no, not to grant the waiver.
It's difficult whenever anybody that is well-respected, a nonprofit in the community, comes before us for a fee waiver. But there's a lot of nonprofits in the community that want to use the bowl that potentially could come before us, and it's awfully hard to pick and choose. And it's easy to say, well, if we did it for you, we'd have to do it for somebody else. That's kind of a cop-out. I mean, there is a fee waiver available to us, and if we so chose to do it, we could waive the fee. My difficulty is that we're kind of getting hit with a double whammy with this with the Film Society. We're asked of being waived the fees, yet the ticket price is $12, which puts it below the threshold for us to get the $2 per ticket. It would be very easy to raise the ticket price a little bit more and give us the maintenance fee. But to waive the facility fee and receive no maintenance is just something that I'm not prepared to do. If you came and said we want to waive the facility fee, but you were going to be contributing $2 a ticket, or even $1 a ticket, I'd consider it. But where you're below the threshold on your ticket price and you can't pay the facility fee, I just don't think there's enough there for me to find the special circumstances in order to vote for the waiver. Any further comments? Okay, then roll call, please.
Councilmember Laura?
No.
Councilmember Haney?
No.
Councilmember Clapp?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Wait, point of order. The motion is and second is to deny.
Correct. So a yes vote denies it.
A yes vote denies it.
Oh, yes.
You might suggest revoting.
Let's
this.
vote again.
Let's make it clear
what the motion
that a
is.
yes vote is a denial vote.
Vote no on yes.
Wait a second, we just
Let's
approved
vote
it.
again.
Yeah.
I said no still.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Laura?
No.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. All right, moving on to item number 3, cancellation change of date of upcoming regular council meeting. Mr. McClary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is on the request of both council and staff. I know typically this time of the year, we take a look ahead at the calendar with the upcoming holidays and see if the council wants to make any changes or cancellations of regular meetings or call special meetings in lieu of. And then at the most recent regular meeting, I believe the mayor had indicated that he would like council to discuss and consider possibly canceling the regular meeting scheduled on the second Tuesday of November for November 8th because it conflicts with Election Day. Typically, the Election Day always follows, it's the Tuesday following the first Monday of the month. Have that correct?
That's correct. The Tuesday following the first Monday. In this case,
Thank you.
November 1st is the Tuesday, so it's not the first Tuesday.
Not
Although
good at
usually
the
those are the same.
Tongue twister game. So anyways, so thus we have a conflict on the second Tuesday of November. A couple of options for the city council to consider, however you want to go forward with November. So the second Tuesday, your first regular meeting would fall on Election Day, November 8th. And there's also a potential conflict with your second regular meeting of the month, which would fall on the fourth Tuesday on November 22nd. That is the Tuesday preceding the Thanksgiving holiday on that Thursday. A couple options for the council to consider in their discussion. We have 5 Tuesdays in the month of November. One option would be to consider perhaps calling a special meeting on the 15th if the council wanted to cancel the regular meeting on the 8th. Another option for the council to consider would be, because we have the 5 Tuesdays, if the council wanted to say cancel the regular meeting on the 22nd and call a special meeting in lieu on November 29th, we would still have 2 weeks between the November 29th meeting and the next regular meeting, which would fall on December 13th. And just to remind everybody, that would be the meeting when the new council and new mayor would be seated. Of course, there's a lot of options available to the council. You can continue with your regular schedule if you so choose. Of course, if you cancel a regular meeting, you can't reschedule the regular meeting, but you could call a special meeting for a different date.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments?
Mayor Blatz, I think that it's important to have 2 meetings in November, just because looking at our issues that we have to address. So I would be actually for moving the meetings November 15th and November 29th to have 2 regular meetings during the month of November. The 15th and 29th.
Those are both Tuesdays.
Any other comments? I tend to agree with that. normally, we probably wouldn't have a meeting on the 22nd because of Thanksgiving. And whether we'd have a special meeting for that or not, I don't know. But at least I agree with Councilman Lara that the 15th and the 29th works for me.
I'm in support of that, at least one, for sure, the 15th. But we have a lot of work to do. I think we should do it on the 29th
And
as
I'm
well.
for canceling the meeting on December 27th.
Yes, thank you. I was going to raise that as well. That
No, I agree with the cancellation dates and then a substitute of the 15th and 29th.
So I'll move. There's no, do you want a motion? That, or
Yes, well, if whatever your pleasure would be to adopt the resolution, insert the language on the dates that you would like to cancel.
So adopt the resolution to move the November meetings to November 15th and November 29th, and cancel the Tuesday, December 27th meeting.
Correct, and you'd also be canceling the November 8th and November
8th
22nd
and
regular
November.
meetings as well.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp? Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. All right, moving on to item number 4, review and discussion of the term sheet for proposed amendments to historic preservation ordinance. Mr. McClary?
Our Community Development Director, Kathleen Wold, will be presenting the staff report. Kathleen?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before you tonight is review and discussion of the term sheet for proposed amendments to the Historic Preservation Ordinance. And you might remember that this was continued from the September 27th City Council meeting. So before you tonight, as we said, is a term sheet for proposed changes to the Historic Preservation Ordinance of the City of Ojai. We, the city attorney and myself, worked with the ad hoc group, and this ad hoc group was appointed by the Historic Preservation Commission to draft some amendments to the ordinance. We met numerous times. The outcome of those meetings was to provide this term sheet for you. The proposed amendments are intended to strengthen the ordinance, protections for landmark properties, as well as define sites of merit and clarify review authorities for development projects under the ordinance. They also provide a little bit more clarity on how we do work permits, as well as clean up some issues that were with the ordinance as far as some items that weren't really enforceable. I would like to remind you that this was an outcome of some of the issues we had with the NEF when we brought the NEF forward and the work permit with that. And subsequent to the issues with the NEF, you did have a joint meeting with the HPC in which they discussed this with you, and you gave them direction to go ahead and work on the ordinance. And so this is sort of the in-between, the interim stage in working on that ordinance. They did, like I said, work on the ordinance per your direction, so now they're coming back to you with this term sheet for you to give them points of clarification or additional direction on how you'd like them to proceed with the ordinance. And I don't want to get into specifics in the staff report here. I think that they're sort of self-explanatory. The city attorney has worked to, I think, provide a really good sort of path for you to understand what they're asking for. Again, this comes pretty much without a recommendation from staff. We're working, myself and Mr. Summers, we're working for them as just staff, as just sort of note takers at that point, working with them, helping to facilitate their ideas. So we would like very specific language or direction coming back from you, if that's at all possible. And with that, I will turn it over in case Matt has some other items that he'd like to clarify.
Okay, Mr. Summers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Wold. Just a couple of points to also clarify as you consider the staff report. I won't review it all. In terms of what Ms. Wold mentioned is unenforceable elements, the one piece that I strongly recommend that you do delete from the ordinance, even if you don't do anything else, is in section 4809. It currently requires that an applicant wait 12 months before completing any work on a landmark. Staff has not been enforcing that because it is unenforceable, and so I recommend we delete that. at a minimum. Everything else is up to your discretion. In terms of one key point to keep in mind, to give a brief overview of one of the big changes inherent in this draft term sheet is to create a two-tiered work permit system, major work permits and minor work permits. A major work permit would be approved by the HPC or considered by the HPC for exterior work on a landmark, and then this is a decision point, or any other portion of the same structure, or else any other structures on the same parcel as landmark, or just on the landmark. That's your decision point. And then a minor work permit would be approvable by the community development director, not by the HPC, for interior work on a landmark, unless those interior elements are character-defining elements of the landmark. An ordinary repair and maintenance wouldn't require a permit. The idea behind this element of the term sheet is to allow separation of minor and major projects, or minor and minor work that doesn't really require the level of time and review that is inherent in an HPC consideration of a project for something as minor as repainting with the same colors and materials, or removal and replacement of a piece of the interior that has no impact on the exterior and thus on the aesthetics, versus a major remodel, which would certainly be an item requiring full consideration by the HPC. And the idea here is to allow applicants who own, or property owners who own landmark structures, to accomplish some of the more minor work without that higher level of review, while preserving the critical importance of HPC review for the more complex projects. Inherent in that is the decision point about work that is not on the landmark but is on that property. Some of the properties that have landmarks on them just have one structure or one portion of a structure that is landmarked, and maybe are a larger parcel with a number of other structures on that property. Consider how you want that review structured. And then the other one.
Could I ask a question on the work permit part?
Sure.
Could you explain how a work permit, what it encompasses right now? Does it encompass the landmark, other non-structural parts on the property, or?
Sure. At the moment, a work permit is required for any work, and I'm going to refer you back to the exact section so I don't misquote it. Oh, I just had it. 15. It's on, of the staff report, page 412 and 413, 4-12, 4-13, sections 4815, 4816, and 4817. At the moment, any work affecting a landmark requires a work permit, whether that's construction, reconstruction, alteration, restoration, rehabilitation, relocation, or demolition. As I interpret that, it's any work that directly affects the landmark structure. Other work on the parcel that would affect the landmark is, if it's removed from the landmark, it wouldn't require a work permit. That has been a point of contention in the past because that is not clear with the word affecting a landmark. I know that there's without getting specifics of past projects, there's at least one project in the last 18 months where the members of the HPC had a difference of opinion with both myself and among themselves as to what affecting a landmark meant in that context. Hence, one of the points sought for clarification.
Well, in the same lines, Matthew, as it says on that same, on section B of it, it says, except for ordinary repair and maintenance. I would think someone would have an exception with those terms. What's ordinary mean to Betsy Clapp might not be ordinary to Randy Haney, so that's an interesting statement there. The other thing I just wanted to bring up was on the requirement for all applications to include a historical resource report. Would that report then give you a summary as to the importance of what they're working on? So that report would be required for all minor as well as all major?
At the moment that's proposed for the minor, you could modify that if you wanted to further relax the minor requirements or leave it in place to ensure.
Well, I guess my question on that is the fact that you don't know what you're going to impact unless you have a report that says the importance of that actual aspect of your site.
And depending on the age of the landmark, the expectation is that thinking about properties that might be landmarked in the future, they'll have a strong historic resource report at the time of the landmark. They can then rely on that, and you wouldn't have to start from scratch when they come in to do a minor project. For some of the properties that have already been landmarked maybe a while ago, They have a historic resource report somewhere on file. It would need perhaps more updating.
And I also remember asking Brian that, if it wasn't Brian, it was Mr. Walker, correct? About going back and actually reviewing all of our historical sites and actually creating some type of a list that actually would give us those definitions, or what are existing definitions, so that when someone would submit this additional paperwork now, that we have something to go back against. Have we done that? Have we visited the historical sites, and have we created that list yet?
So I think that, if I understand the concept that you're describing, it was that some of the landmarks, when they were landmarked, was a very thin record of what was quote-unquote character-defining elements. No, we haven't done that. We've talked about it. I think that we were waiting for this ordinance changes to go through, where we would have a process by where we, is that not right, Matthew? That we were going to have a process by where we would be able to update someone's landmark status. Again, right now, there really isn't anything in ordinance that would allow us to do that. We'd have to have someone's permission to do it, and so we kind of need to adopt a process for that.
Right, that is captured on page 3.5, the third bullet from the bottom. Landmark and Historic District Declaration, section 4809. The idea is to add language to the ordinance to allow council to adopt a resolution updating on existing landmarks definition of character-defining elements to solve that record problem. Certainly, we would expect to do so with the cooperation of the landmark owner, and ensuring that we both have a strong report and that the owner understands what the city would be looking at as character-defining elements.
Yeah. One question with regard to what you're talking about now. What's before us, are these points that are brought out for us to consider and then give direction? Or are these what the Historic Preservation Commission is recommending to us?
Both. The Historic Preservation Commission recommended this set of term sheets, and it was a divided vote. I believe it wasn't unanimous, just a note for that, but it was majority, of course. And this is a term sheet for you, the full council, to consider, and then the direction would be to myself and Ms. Wold to convert the term sheet into a draft ordinance matching the terms that you've desired.
Okay.
And then, thank you. The second question would be, would you like us to come back to the council with that draft ordinance for the council to first consider, then go back to the HPC, then come to council for introduction and adoption? Or would you rather it go from our draft of your terms or selected term items to the HPC for consideration of draft ordinance, then back to council? Certainly in the end, of course, it has to be considered and recommended by HPC as a draft ordinance and then adopted by council. The question is inherent in there is, do you want to see it first?
Okay. So I guess the answer to the question is, if we were to take every one of the points that's in our packet, that would be accepting the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Commission.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So anything that we change would be going against their recommendation.
Or modifying, correct. And I just got the vote. Thank you, Ms. Wold. It was 4 in favor and 2 opposed with 1 absent.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If
Any
I can-
other questions before
I had-
Mr. Summers continues?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say, so one of the issues, and I just kind of elaborated on the point that you just talked about, their recommendation was, although the council gave direction for us to work on this during the joint meeting, it did kind of get expanded through the process, So specifically, the direction came about regarding the NEF and the landmarking, and in working on the ordinance, it sort of got broadened to sites of merits and other issues. And so we, Matt and I just felt it was really important that be very clear to the council that the original goal and premise of starting on the ordinance was, 1, to fix the things on here that were not enforceable, and 2, to strengthen the landmarking portion of it. And in doing so, we sort of gotten into these other areas, and dividing work permits and things like that they wanted to present to you as other elements to revision. And I think that's where the road kind of meets the rubber, or the rubber meets the road.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why don't we let Mr. Summers complete his
I'm happy to take questions or to move on. I was going to move to a different topic, the sites of merit topic next, but I can take questions first.
Do you have any questions? Councilwoman
I was just wondering if you could tell me the roll call of the vote.
Yes, it was, the yes was Quinn, Akins, McCready, and Hill, and the noes were James and Vogue.
And Commissioner Convery was absent that evening.
Yes, thank you.
I have a quick question, and I have comments, but that'll be after we hear from the public and our deliberations. But just in terms of staff questions, I'm not seeing a definition of sites of merit anywhere in this proposal. The current ordinance refers to structures of merit, and then it's being switched, the terminology being switched to sites of merit, and I looked through the definition, the definition portion. I saw no definition of sites of merit. Our criteria, which would be guidance for determining a site of merit. I saw neither. Am I missing that?
The proposal that is before you from the commission would be to convert the word structures of merit to sites of merit, and then simply apply the existing definition in section 4813, which reads, which is inherent in the and that's on, page 4-12.
4-12, 4-8.13.
Right, which reads.
Simply change structures to sites, and then it would be the Part A would remain unchanged?
Yes. Let me verify that statement. Not fully unchanged. It would add a few other points. I can elaborate.
Well, probably not appropriate right now, but I just...
Well, in terms of the definition here, the proposal from the commission is that to maintain the basic definition as structures or sites of historic, architectural, community, or aesthetic merit that are not designated as landmarks or points of historical interest, but which are, quote, deserving of special recognition. There's no recommended criteria for making that decision.
That was my only question. Are there any criteria other than historic, architectural, community, or aesthetic, which is pretty broad?
Correct.
And I simply wanted to know if there were any suggested additional criteria. I guess the answer is no.
Not from the commission.
Okay, thank you.
And that segues into the next big point I wanted to make, and that's the last big point. The rest is inherent in the staff report. On the sites of merit, also currently called in the ordinance structures of merit, although the colloquial term is sites of merit, and that's what I'll use. There are no currently designated by the city council sites of merit. There is a draft list of sites of merit that was considered by the council some years ago that was recommended for approval by the Historic Preservation Commission, and that was not adopted by the council. So at the moment, under section 4813, structures of merit, none exist as formally designated by the council after recognition for the HPC, though there is a list that was recommended by the HPC. Thus, the proposed changes to the sites of merit requirements in this term sheet would not apply to anything on that draft list at all, and it would require recommendation by the HPC and designation by the council of those properties or any other properties that those two bodies so sought to apply. And the proposed changes for sites of merit would require, or I recommend, careful and searching evaluation of the changes that are inherent in this term sheet. The proposal would be to take sites of merit and create them as a sort of mini landmark, not a landmark, not available for Mills Act property tax reduction benefits to pay for and fund maintenance and historic restoration, but to require that proposed demolitions of sites of merit be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, and to require exterior modifications to sites of merit to be approved by the Planning Commission via a design review permit after the applicant prepares a historic resource report and the HPC reviews and comments on that report. The proposal thus would promote the protection of sites of merit by adding those additional requirements to modify or demolish those properties with associated additional time and cost. The staff recommends that those changes be considered quite carefully. And that is the last major thing I wanted to point out. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. But a site of merit would not be considered for any of that unless it was specifically designated by the council.
And that designation would require notice to the property owner and an opportunity for the property owner to comment and/or object.
Okay. All right, any comments by the council, questions?
I have more after public comment.
Okay.
After the public hearing.
All right, we do have 2 speakers cards on this. Steve Quillisi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Steve Quillisi, West Eucalyptus Street in the city. I would request that you consider 4 points that I'd like to make about the subject term sheet. First, a general point. Nowhere in the term sheet, and sadly, nowhere in the Ojai Municipal Code, does the owner of a property have any right of refusal to its designation as a landmark or a site of merit. The city should not have, in my opinion, the power to unilaterally impose use restrictions on private landowners unless those restrictions are in furtherance of public safety and health, and unless appropriate compensation is made to the property owner. So I particularly urge you to add to this term sheet explicitly recognizing the primary right of property owners to reject a designation of landmark or site of merit status in Title IV, Chapter 8. Second, in Section 4-8.13, under current law, if a property is designated as a landmark, the owner can at least get a property tax break through the Mills Act to help offset the new use restrictions imposed on that property. Under current law, the designation of a property as a site of merit carries with it no use restrictions on the property owner, but the term sheet proposes placing use restrictions on sites of merit without any offsetting benefits to the property owner. This seems to me to be a taking of value from the property owner in violation of the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And I particularly urge you to reject the proposed changes to Section 4-8.13. With regard to Section 4-8.02, the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties does not apply in its language, in its plain language, does not apply to considerations of sites of merit having architectural, community, or aesthetic merit. And I urge you to specify that that be a part of this term sheet, that those standards do not apply except in historic circumstances. Finally, Section 4-08.05, this provision of the term sheet is in particularly egregious form. The HPC wants you to grant it the power not only to recommend or recommend against landmark status for a property, it now wants the power to recommend or recommend against giving that landmark property owner the Mills Act tax break. So they want to be able to recommend use restrictions by landmark designation and then recommend no offsetting property tax break for that same property owner. I think that is wrong, and I urge you to reject that portion of the term sheet as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quillisi. Brian Eakins?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Real briefly, thank you, Mr. Quillisi. I think it's important that, and maybe you could give me some guidance on this, that Mr. Quillisi, when he comes forward to speak, that he clarifies that he's a member of the Planning Commission, and if he is speaking for the Planning Commission or for himself.
Okay.
I would, unless I am a member of the Planning Commission making a Planning Commission report to the council, I am speaking solely as a public citizen and not as a member of the Planning Commission. I want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Eakins?
Brian Eakins again, standing up here as an individual, highly influenced by the amount of time I've spent volunteering with the Historic Planning Commission. Did you restart this? I'm like, ooh, that was a long introduction there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. On December 11th, 2014, the Ojai Historic Preservation and Planning Commission met in a hastily called special meeting. There were 6 HPC members there and 5 Planning Commission. As I looked at the tape today, we discussed, talked, and voted unanimously not to permit the proposed changes to the Neff Lounge in our 2-hour and 24-minute and 22-second meeting. Unanimously, again, hastily called, under a week. In a December 29th Ojai City Council special meeting, the City Council met to address an appeal by the Ojai Valley Inn. The Ojai Valley Inn brought in attorneys from out of state that challenged the City of Ojai's current policies as confusing and inadequate. The City Council voted 5-0 to uphold the Ojai Valley Inn's appeal in a 4-hour and 23-minute. By the way, the Planning Commission who met with us in that joint meeting also voted against the request by the Neff Lounge. The Historic Preservation Commission was charged by the council to review policies and procedures designed to protect the historic nature of the city of Ojai. Kathy pointed that out for us. At an ad hoc committee meeting, Vice Chair Craig Walker, longtime commission members Rose Boggs and Terry Hill addressed the city council addressed what the city council had charged us with, and those 3, along with Community Development Director Kathleen Wald and City Attorney Matthew Summers, again in conjunction with those, at every step of the way, they did what the City Council had asked them to do. In my opinion, you could not have picked 3 finer qualified individuals than Craig Walker, Terry Hill, and Rose Boggs. Prior to the Historic Preservation Commission being able to discuss the proposal, it was put on prominent display on the city website, and the city and the HPC were excoriated on the front page of the Ojai Valley News in trying to do our position, but again, not having had an opportunity to even discuss it before we were excoriated. That process has been questioned by members of the council. The HPC has been smeared as power grabbers, as property usurpers, and acting independently without guidance from the council. All untrue. The HPC has discussed those proposals in a number of meetings. We concluded with the motion in working with Kathy and Matt to send a term sheet to the one that Matt carefully put together to your city council, not as a final document, but again to get feedback from you on preparing a final document and making the adjustments that you direct us to. And so we do this under your direction. We hope with your cooperation and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I don't have any other speakers' cards. Is there anyone wishing to address us on this agenda item? No? Well, then I'll bring it back to council.
Mr. Mayor,
Comments? Yes.
I would like to make a
Councilwoman Clapp.
motion, and I think I'm going to need some help, maybe from Matt or Kathleen, on how to make the motion to move this forward. There's really not clear language in the recommendation to help guide me on how to make a motion to move forward the term sheet and bring it back. Could you help me with this?
Sure. I think what you would want to do would be to motion that staff draft an ordinance encompassing the terms in the term sheet presented in the staff report and bring it back to the city council for consideration as a draft ordinance, and then adding or subtracting terms as you wish.
Okay. Will that work for you? Do you need me to repeat
I'll
it?
read it off of the tape.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good to me.
And then
Copy
just
that.
note in that motion that I just drafted for you, there's 2 decision points. One is the return to the council as opposed to HPC, and then 2 would be term sheet as is in full or with modifications.
As in full, with no modifications, returning to council for approval. Would that be correct?
It would be for council for consideration, then it'd have to go back to HPC, then to council.
Correct.
Okay, that's how I understand the motion.
Yes. Okay.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion fails for a second. Further discussion?
The reason I didn't second it is that it's a very complicated term sheet, which is very helpful. I appreciate that. But I have severe issues with certain elements of the term sheet, and I don't have severe issues with other parts of it. As was presented by staff, there are two tracks here in terms of landmarks and not landmarks. And we have, there's several different issues here that I'm trying to get straight in my mind, but it certainly is, I think, germane, the testimony we've heard, that when you're talking about a landmarking project, you get a benefit that goes along with the restrictions. The going from structure to sites of merit, there's no identifiable benefit. And so there's something lost in the exchange, if you will, between the increased regulatory structure put on a property versus getting some kind of benefit from it, which is not, it's very different from the situation with landmark. And that troubles me. It also troubles me that I believe we're looking at we have definitely identified problems with not adequately documenting character-defining elements in these Mills Acts contracts. I think that's an identifiable problem. The remedy is after a person has entered into the contract, correct me if I'm wrong, it's being proposed that the regulatory process, the city, with due process, could come in and change those character-defining elements. In other words, change the type of restrictions that are on the property without the consent of the property owner. That's what if I'm not correct, then I need to be corrected, because it talks about changing the, add a requirement that the council resolution declaring identify the character-defining elements, yes. Permit council, the next one, 4.809, be after identification, after the contract has been entered into. 4-8.09 says, permit council to update an existing landmark declaration resolution to add a clear identification of the landmark's character-defining elements. That's post-contract.
That's correct. It would be.
And the council could act with or without the property owner's consent to so further identify post-contract.
The council can act without the property owner's consent, provided 2 points. One, it provides a notice and opportunity for the property owner to hear before that decision is made, so due process. And two, that the definitions of the character-defining elements so adopted are consistent with whatever was in the original landmark resolution.
I understand. That's a pretty open door. You see where I'm trying to express a concern here.
Understood.
Is a person has a landmark project, they have a contract, they have a landmark property, they have a contract, and a problem with the contract's identified. And the restrictions on their property ownership could be further, what I'm seeing here is further changed without their consent post-contract.
That's correct. And the city has the power to do that because a property subject to a Mills Act contract is also a landmark property. It's under two different
Okay.
regulatory powers of the city.
What is the change then?
In other words, the change would be if the council adopted a resolution updating the landmark declaration with the due process, then that would be built into the Mills Act contract's existing provisions, which usually refer to protecting and updating the landmark. And in the previous contracts are vague about exactly what that means. Viewed under one lens, it would be adding specificity to already existing terms in the contract, and viewed under another lens, I think the lens you're looking at it's updating a contract without consent of both parties.
Right.
And in terms of what it is, it's both. The city has, because the property under a Mills Act contract is also a landmark property. it's also under the city's police power to protect historic resources.
I understand.
And so that is more inherent in there is the policy choice of how does the council approach landmark preservation? Is it more about ensuring that landmarks are preserved while ensuring property owners are provided additional funding to bear that cost and to pay for that preservation?
No,
or is it about preservation at all costs?
What we're talking about is dealing with a realization after the fact that the character defining elements weren't done right.
Or could
And
it
trying to fix that.
Right. And one approach to modify this to accomplish, I think, the goal you're seeking would be to add in a requirement for these updates if the property owner consents.
Well, and I'm just trying to be clear what's being proposed. That's what I'm trying to do right now and expressing my concerns. The other issue is, in terms of the structure or sites of merit for which no benefit accrues after designation?
Yeah, it would not be available for a
property
Mills Act
owner.
contract. That's correct.
Okay. How is minor versus major identified precisely? And who makes that call?
The minor versus major would apply
Only to landmarks?
only
not
to landmarks. Sites of merit would not require a work permit. They would only, under, again, this proposal, they would be subject to design review permit approval by the planning commission. With
even ordinary repair and maintenance?
No, only for exterior modifications.
Would that include, say, a paint color, new windows?
Not if the look was exactly the same as the existing look, and that would be judged by staff,
Okay.
by the community development director.
All right, and I'm just trying to understand here.
No,
Okay.
certainly.
And there's two different tracks here. There's the landmark and the
Sites of merit.
sites of merit. And a fundamental asymmetry there between, in the one case, a category of restriction entered into because you get a benefit, restriction, no benefit.
And to note, in terms of one more point to keep in mind in that vein, the Mills Act is a state law, of course, that, for those who don't know the term, I'll give a brief sentence on that. It's a state law that allows a rebate of property taxes paid by the county via the city, or by the city via the county, to be used in accordance with an approved plan and maintenance program to maintain and restore a historic property. That is only available for landmarks, so
Right.
you're
Now-
very correct that there'd be no benefit to sites of merit.
Does the city have any discretion to come up with a benefit for a site of merit?
Yes, with the caveat being, A, you'd have to find funding, which is a budget question, and B, you need to make the conclusion and make the findings that paying for that additional support would provide a public benefit and not be a gift of public funds.
Okay, and then, the last question I've got to raise, because we're talking about 4-8.13, structures of merit, B, the existing code. Nothing in this chapter shall be construed to impose any regulation or control upon such structures to be added to such list. That's our current code.
Correct. And that code, that current code is why staff, quote, very strongly recommends very careful consideration of this change.
And even with this code, I'm going to be careful how I phrase this question. I would think, at least my observation is there's been less than totally strict adherence to that code.
My understanding is that there may have been situations in which that went awry. I believe the city is acted in full accordance with its code in the end, in all cases.
Right.
But there may have been some that got
Some
awry in the
process
beginning, in
ambiguities.
the process.
Some process. And all I'm doing is I'm trying to raise the issue is when we start getting into a new category of people, in terms of requiring interaction with the city bureaucracy, we want to be very careful that we don't have some mission creep with how we define the rules.
Very much agreed.
Okay.
Can I elaborate a little bit on the Mills Act? Because I just want to make sure that, it sounds to me like there's some confusion, because when I first came here, there was a property that was actually landmarked, and the council actually turned down their Mills Act. It's not necessarily they go hand in hand.
Oh, I know.
So, so I just want to say that I ended up taking that Mills Act back through because I agree with what council's kind of alluding to, that they sort of go hand in hand. But one of the issues too, in looking at some of these changes that we worked with the HPC on was, the Mills Act is a reoccurring 10-year contract, and the first plan that we get that we take to City Council is 10 years. And after that, I haven't seen one of them come back with another 10-year plan. They sort of just fade away. And so part of this whole revision to the code is actually, one, not only trying to make sure that we understand what the character defining elements are, but two, that the city really keeps up on what money's been spent from this benefit they're getting from a reduction in property taxes in an ongoing situation. So we needed to clarify some of these rules to make sure that these things just weren't kind of getting adopted once and then just fading away.
I completely agree
Okay, I just wanted-
on the contracts and the landmarking. Clearly, some works need to be done.
Right.
It's this other step
I totally agree.
that that my major questions were about.
The other thing that, and maybe this, I need some direction on this, because, the working with the HBC, one of the issues that came up was, how do you put some limits on what the HPC can actually look at on a project when it's really vague? So it really wasn't intended to introduce new character defining elements into a landmark, but rather define them. And that would be done, one, by either looking at the original landmarking historic report that was done, or by having, as Matthew said, another one to refine it. But it certainly wasn't meant to be a broadening, it was meant to be a narrowing. And so if the term sheet isn't clear on that, then I just wanted to add that in there. That was the general goal, was to make it show so that someone who landmarked wasn't going to come in 5 years down the road and not know what they were going to have happen to them as far as a work permit. And that got into the issue of, really honestly got down to whether, like Matthew said, there's some properties that are landmarked and it's not defined whether it's the house, the garage, the house and the garage, all the landscaping, all this. And
that's the character defining elements you're talking about.
And it's very vague. And so we were
I agree.
We were trying to narrow it. And
agree.
if it's written to where it sounds like we're broadening it, that was not the intent.
No, I'm only talking about the sites aspect. I'm not talking about the landmarking.
Okay.
I'm just going to express an opinion right now, and then I've had enough time. I'm sorry about that, but I think the best way to digest this at the council level might be to bifurcate between the focus on the landmarking, cleaning up the landmarking, and the whole sites of merit issue, personally.
I just have a couple of comments, too. Words like consistent, normal maintenance, those are very vague terms to me. And I think we need to, if we say that it has to be consistent, then we ought to say what characters make it consistent and what characters don't make it consistent, because it's too arbitrary. The same thing with normal maintenance. What is normal maintenance versus abnormal maintenance? The other thing, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, we're looking, this thing as a whole is very confusing. There's a lot of information in here. For instance, I can't even get my thought around dealing with sites of merit and landmark sites at the same time. I don't even know whether we want to deal with sites of merit. Maybe we want to, if we really look at this and what he's talking about in terms of bifurcation, maybe we should go through and say, okay, well, here are some of the things that we definitely don't like, and send it back to the drawing board. Here are things that we like, and look at it from that standpoint rather than looking at it as a whole. I think it's almost impossible to look at this as a whole. So if I was going to suggest anything, I would say the first thing is, let's take the sites of merit and the landmarking out and look at them separately, and that's what Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick said. Then we have a situation where so that's a whole different issue, these sites of merit, even if we want them.
Right.
All right, then we have the historic landmarks. And we have historic landmarks that we have these character-defining elements. And of course, we need to qualify what that is. And then we have this other area where we have non-landmark structures. And according to this, both of those require some sort of a report. So require all applications to include historic resources report detailing the landmark's character-defining elements and assessing the impacts of the proposed project on those elements. Well, if somebody has a landmark property and they want to add a second dwelling unit, that would require an entire historic report. And I don't know whether we want to do that. I mean, that's an issue that I think those are things that we can say, yes, we do want to require that, or no, we don't want to require that. Right. And I think we just have to piece it apart like that, or it's going to be so confusing. I mean, there's so many things in here. And by and large, it's very, very good work. But to look at it as a whole, and then we look at the issue of sites of merit with us determining that we're going to kind of force this down a homeowner's throat with no compensating benefit, it doesn't feel right. And I'm not even sure if it's a site of merit, it's either a landmark or it's not a landmark. Do we really want to deal with this gray area of sites of merit? And we don't even have any right now. So to me, it's a lot to bite off. And it almost seems as though if we could come up with some sort of direction back to the HPC to bring it back to us maybe in a little bit different form, or maybe it's going to require some sort of a special meeting between the HPC and us to really talk about this.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Because in its present form, I don't really, I really want to know their thoughts, because I respect the individuals on that commission to give us an idea of what their thinking was when because 4 of them did vote for it, right? And the people that voted for it, I have a great deal of respect for. So I'm not ready to really take any action on this tonight. I
kind of like the joint meeting idea, to try to talk this through.
Yeah, I kind of think so.
I think that's actually a very good idea. I would also suggest that you might, consider the question, independent of the rest, of whether the council has any interest at all in going the sites of merit route or not.
Right.
Because if there's no interest from the council, then we can take that off the to-do list.
But
if there is interest, then we can discuss it. And you don't have to answer the question, just noting that you could
but I do
divide it that way.
Personally, if I was just looking at it tonight, I'd say let's take it off. But I want to talk to the HPC about that, because there may be a very good reason why that's in there, and I just don't see it.
Mayor, I'm in agreement. Again, I would propose that you go through this almost line by line the same way. Like, for instance, when it says here, and I'm the one who asked for it, I remember it clearly, why do we have 2 different standards? We've got the state standard, and then we have our standard, and here it is that we're going to adopt the Secretary of Interior standards for treatment of historic properties. I remember asking for that. The problem is I can't remember what the existing standards were from the city that we've been using. So again, if you could take each one of these and parse them out that way, if you're making this recommendation, then give us what it was, and give us the pro and con and the benefit of either one. Because when we go from this one, then we come over here, and if we adopt the Secretary standards, then that empowers us to do more in the commission's powers. So again, if we're going to approve the interior standards, then how does that impact the commission's powers And again, clearly define those. And then the other thing I think is vague is the requirement of all applications, including historic resource, to include a historic resource. So again, if you're going to do that for Mills Act properties, and then not require, and then require it for a sites of merit, again, I think we could use clarification of the Mills Act properties. Also, maybe a list of all of them, maybe even a list of when's the last time they were even looked at, and their defining characteristics. So I think that has to be clarified. And then the last thing is, again, I think I put on here that decisive merit, period, they just need to be flushed out. We need to have a clear understanding as to who they benefit, why they benefit, and who, what, why, and for the citizen as well as the community. I just think that has to be fleshed out more.
Okay.
And I'll say that some of those questions staff can answer, some of them I think are best posed to the commission, particularly the last question.
Right.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes, Councilman Lara.
I want to interject my thoughts. I think you brought up really good points in terms of how we should separate this. I think whether we call it, I'm going to first touch on the sites of merit, whether we call it sites of merit or the list of historical structure is still going to be in there. Still not, that in itself, I don't even know what that means. And they're just, in my opinion, they're just changing the name of that particular part of the section. It needs some clarifying. I think that's where, I think staff did in my opinion, did a pretty good job offering options in terms of trying to understand that part of the section. And it's clear that we just need some clarity from the Historic Preservation Commission of what, because it could have some great reasons of why they want to flush that section of the code out. And I'm not ready to say yes or no to that section in particular. The part with the work permit, the non-historical versus the historical. Again, I think I need some clarity from the Historic Preservation Commission of why it wants to potentially look at some non-landmark structures when it has nothing to do with the historic. I think that needs some clarity. In terms of the other parts of the sections, I think there's some good recommendations right now that I think we could clean up the code, that adds some clarity that could be beneficial to even applicants requesting some type of Mills Acts, a landmark designation, whatever it is, and add some clarity of what type of report it needs. I think the shady area right now is how sometimes some requirements are proposed in this staff report without really reflecting the benefits on paper that need to be clarified. Those are my comments. I think I agree with Mayor Blatz and Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick in separating these and bringing it back either to historic preservation. I think it would be beneficial for them to talk amongst themselves before bringing a joint meeting, just so that they could get their thoughts together instead of just having a joint meeting, so they could digest this information. They could go through whatever deliberation they need to in order to present an idea, the reasons to the council.
There's a couple other things, Kathleen, the point that you brought up regarding you were talking to the I just had it and I just lost it. But you were talking earlier about
It'll come back to
there
me.
you go. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah.
No, no. But it was but it was important. It was something you were talking to earlier about just a little while ago about
Character defining elements, or?
yeah.
Or the
And,
mill-
oh no, and going back to the fact that we haven't tracked these sites, and again, there's nothing in here that even speaks to that. So again, we've made some comments tonight, and hopefully you'll take them back and maybe add those to the list of things that we're gonna bring together and talk together about. That's what it was, so.
Well, I think also just want to say that in listening to you all talk, I can see where there's maybe a little bit more background as to the issues that we thought were problems and we started out with. So maybe staff can give that to them as the overall picture. Like a couple of things that were identified, and Mr. Akins might agree with this, is during the NEF were also the sequence of how the processing works and not keeping people going to HBC and then Planning Commission, then back to HBC, if we remember that. And I think maybe it's been such a long time now, maybe staff needs to put some issues up and concerns, and then what the path is to resolve that issue versus this format. Because I see where, I mean, I can recall this, but, you know, you guys look at a lot of different things, and I'm just looking kind of, this is my HPC, so, you know, it's kind of one of those things that I maybe have a little bit more background as to why certain things were changed, such as the minor versus major work permit was trying to expedite it so people weren't going back and forth to Planning Commission and HPC, but I could do it and then send it right up, and say only meet once a month. But that wasn't articulated in the report, and so I apologize for that, because, you know, something I kind of know internally. But so I can do something like that. I think Matt and I can work on, if that's okay, if you can give me direction to do that. So I can write down and kind of give them guidelines and start them off with what were the issues at the time and why, what we thought fixed that issue. Okay?
Okay. And I don't want this to be the hour, I don't want it to be a special meeting for an hour before our council meeting. I think if we're going to go through this, we need a real meeting.
We need a real separate meeting.
Right.
It's going to take the time it's going to take, it's going to take.
Yep.
And then I would just, again, reiterate, if we could approach this with the bifurcation, here's the landmarking issues, here's the other issues. I think that's real important to do that.
And then I think,
we can bifurcate it
and
out.
within the landmarking, it's work being done on the landmarking structure and work that's going to be done on a non-landmark structure.
And that's one of the inherent decision points for council, is whether to impose additional requirements for work not on the landmark, but on other structures on the parcel.
So a way of organizing this whole information for that meeting.
It just seems to me if we compartmentalize it, it's going to be a lot easier for us to discuss. So hold on for one second. I don't want to let this fall through a crack. So we're pretty tight between now and the end of the year, but it's got to go back to HPC anyway. And I presume when is their meeting this month?
Thursday.
This Thursday? Okay. Well, they're probably not going to be able to do much of it this meeting. It's probably going to be in their December meeting.
It isn't on their agenda, and it's, in fact, too late to add it to the Thursday agenda because it's only 48 hours away, and that's a 72-hour special meeting.
So it's probably going to be their December meeting when they get it back, so we need to be looking sometime.
November, we could get them in. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, it could go to the HPC in their November meeting.
Okay.
And then that's going to be the first, second, what are they, the third? They're the third Thursday? Second Thursday, thank you.
Okay.
All these meetings.
All right.
They're the second Thursday in November. So then it could come to your, no, if you want to do a special meeting, you'd have to schedule it.
And we're pretty
December.
tight for November and December, that's.
Correct. I just wanted to add one thing. You know, this is one of those real complicated issues that technically we're going to have a new council makeup. So I would like to see the joint session be conducted after the new council is appointed, so that the new members have an opportunity to review all this information and to actually participate in the discussion.
Yeah. And I think that means we'd probably have it in January sometime.
I was going to suggest, if I may, since we know from history that we need to put time certain on things, that maybe we say a joint meeting no later than February 1st. Or no later than the first week of February.
Fine with that.
Okay.
That way, put a time certain goal on this.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
I agree. Okay. Zad, you don't need a motion on this, do you?
I don't think we need a motion to give the direction. I understand the direction to be, unless there would be a motion desired to reflect the full record, that may be the case.
I don't think we need a motion. If you have direction sufficient.
As I understand the direction, it is to take the item back to the HPC, taking the current term sheet, bifurcating it out between sites of merit and the landmark issues, adding the clarity that's been discussed, raising the questions, bring it back to HPC for them to consider and kind of articulate stronger their reasoning and justification behind the recommendation, then bring it to the council in a joint meeting before the first week of February.
No later than.
No later than the end of the first week of February, for the HPC and council in a joint special meeting to consider the issues in full.
Okay.
That's how I understand
And
the
we would
direction.
be able to act on it that night if we so chose. Is that correct?
If we notice, well, in terms of act on it, you could direct, you wouldn't have a draft ordinance before you because we don't have enough direction to give you a draft ordinance.
But you could have a term sheet decision.
Right. The council could direct that night together, actually, both of them could direct, both of you could direct that night to staff to draft an ordinance with the term sheets.
Right.
Right.
And then we would bring it back, at that point, you could bring it back straight
Council.
to council.
That's correct.
Because this isn't a zoning ordinance, are not required by state law to have a public hearing separate at the
Right.
planning commission.
Okay.
And the same does not apply for the HPC. Thus, yes, you could do a
Okay.
3-meeting approach, joint meeting, term sheet, direction to staff, and then 2 more meetings for council, introduction and adoption. That would work.
Okay.
I do have a point of clarification I need for
Yes.
myself. So when we're bifurcating these two issues, my understanding in my brain was that you want me just to bring back the landscape, the landmark and the sites of merit for this joint meeting, that we're shelving the sites of merit for now.
No.
No?
No.
We're just going to keep them on?
No,
we're
that's
gonna-
not what we're saying.
Okay,
No,
so,
I think what they're saying is they want us to bring it all back, but to take the analysis
oh, you do?
and divide it in
Break it
pieces.
out.
Okay.
Yep.
That's how I understood the direction.
That's
So that
correct.
Yes.
the
Okay.
council and the commission could continue to consider the changes proposed for sites of
Okay.
merit.
And that means that we could take the portion on the landmarked part forward without taking action on the other part.
Not necessarily.
But, right. But we could do
Yes.
both.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? Yeah, is it clear? Okay.
I think we're
All right.
clear.
Thank you. And I want to express our gratitude to the individuals on the HPC that worked on this. I mean, it's a lot of work. And I think we're going to get it somewhere this time. All right, moving on to the next item. The next item is the potential sign code provisions in response to Reed versus Town of Gilbert.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I suggest that we bring item 6 forward, is it? Yes, 6 forward instead of the water-wise development standards.
Okay, well, what my hope is that we have 25 minutes. We can dispose of item 5 before our 10:30 deadline and then move on to the water-wise development standards. I don't see that there's going to be a great deal of there's no speakers cards, and I don't think there's going to be a great deal of discussion on item 5. But we do need to get to it. So we're going to go with item 5, and that is the Reed versus Town of Gilbert matter. Okay, Mr.
Summers?
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll be brief, as this item has been on your agenda a few times. You'll recall this stems from a Supreme Court case from last summer in which the U.S. Supreme Court held in a landmark decision that changed a lot of the settled law in this area, that content-based regulations of signs are presumptively unconstitutional unless the government can demonstrate that there is a compelling government interest and that the regulations are narrowly tailored to serve that compelling government interest. That basic statement has always been the law, but it has been understood previously that types of signs based on broad categories were not content-based. For example, commercial versus residential, real estate sales versus a garage sale. This case upended that previous law and now provides that a more searching review applies, and that a law is content-based if, in short, you have to read it to understand what rule applies. The exact signs at issue were an Arizona town, the town of Gilbert, had rules for ideological signs, political signs, and temporary directional signs that varied by those types of signs, and in fact imposed greater requirements on temporary directional signs than the other two categories. They applied that rule against a church, which had Sunday services, and was not allowed to have their signs up very long before their services. Church sued and won, and now the court's rule is that if you have to read a sign to know what rules apply, that is presumptively unconstitutional unless you can justify it. The court also rejected, at least the majority, and it was a fractured set of opinions with a as always from that court, not one clear line of logic, but the majority opinion nonetheless provided that traffic safety and aesthetics are not compelling government interest. Those, again, had always been perceived by the previous cases to be compelling government interest. The lower court cases, the issue has not gone back again to the Supreme Court. The lower court cases have largely narrowed this, finding that it doesn't apply in the purely commercial realm, maintaining the previous cases that we recently looked at for the short-term rental ad ban, that the standard is lower for regulations of purely commercial signs. But this is very much the law in the First Amendment core protected speech context of political signs, petitioning the government, ideological signs, things like that. The council considered this previously back in April and directed that we draft a term sheet that's designed to maintain as much of the regulations and the underlying goals inherent in the previous sign ordinance as possible, whilst complying with the ruling as we see it, and still trying to protect the city's aesthetic character, minimizing adverse impacts to traffic safety, ADA impacts, sidewalk safety, that kind of thing, as much as we can. The term sheet that's attached is designed to embody that direction and delete the pieces that are probably vulnerable to challenge, or are vulnerable to challenge, and replace them with provisions that try to accomplish the same goal, but are worded to be more defensible. For the example I'll give without going into all of them is, right now there's a rule for real estate signs, which requires you to read the sign. We propose changing that to rules for signs on property for sale or lease, which would mean that that sign could say anything. It could be a for sale sign, it could be something else, but there'd be a size and a height and a materials limit, and you can rely in that context on the market to ensure that people will use it for signs for sale.
Okay. Any comments or questions by the council?
No, and in fact, well, I do have one comment.
Yeah.
One other direction that was given that was not followed was to look at simplifying the entire section. We all spoke to that. That's not here.
That can be done in the next draft.
But and I just would want to say that I'm going to make a motion that we approve this term sheet for ordinance development with the added urging of looking at simplification.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
It's already seconded. Any discussion on it or questions?
I did.
Yes.
Just for clarity of the motion, because I do want to make sure that we do simplify this as much as possible. So that meaning there's specific recommendation whether to revise or delete subdivisions of the code. For example, under section 10-2.1601 and the purpose, I would hope that staff would delete subsections that are unneeded, in my opinion, to clarify that, just to go with the recommendation Mayor Pro Tem Ryrick said of simplifying the code more. And when things aren't needed, I think there's other sections like the ideology part where the provision should be deleted entirely, where you recommended that. I would also.
And I accept that as an amendment to my motion. And
Yeah, we can do that.
absolutely agree.
The only thing that's required in terms of a sign ordinance, because it is a core First Amendment protected ordinance, or regulating core speech, is you do have to have a strong finding section. And that's what I recommend we revise,
Yeah.
that 610, 1601 to
That's not the same as
accomplish.
the ordinance itself.
Yeah, that, well, you build it in both 1601 and you add it in the ordinance itself. But yeah, like subdivision D, we'll delete it rather than revise it.
Okay.
Anyway, that's how I feel.
I don't know if this is the right time. It has nothing to do with Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick's motion. But on the section here on political campaign signs, only because I've just observed it this year more than I ever have, the posted signs of on the 4x4 posts that look like they're 4 feet or 5 feet by 5 feet, are those allowed in the community? Are those part of our sign ordinance? Because I don't, I was trying to look in here for definitions on square inches and allocations and then actual placement. And I was just wondering, has anyone looked at that? And along with that, also just the placement of all signage, period, regarding the election folks and where they're actually placing them.
Staff is paying close attention to the signs that are out there. I'll note that of this section, and for those following along, Councilmember Haney is referring to section in the existing ordinance 10-1609, subsection A, or pardon me, O, on page 5 of 18, 5-18,
Yes.
political signs. Portions of this text are currently unenforced, and staff, on my advice, has not been enforcing them. Particularly the requirement that you have a permit before a political sign is issued, that's very much unenforceable. With regard to the size requirements, what's enforceable is not the small versus large distinction, but rather that there be the max square footage of 16 square feet or 54 inches in height. And in terms of the signs that are out there, I know that staff is looking at those signs.
Is that 54, now if it's 16 square feet, 4 by 4 square.
Right.
And 54 inches in height, then that would only give you 6 inches of pole. Is that correct? That's from grade to the top of the sign?
Right. If it's a freestanding sign, as I look at it, it's 54 inches from grade to the top. If the sign's pasted on a building, then you get, you could have 54 in height, and whatever the delta is to get 16 square feet
Okay, I see.
for the width.
So anything that's 4 by 4 can only have a 6-inch pole?
That's how I read the code at the moment.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to also clarify that same thing, that the structure shall be erected in a safe manner in compliance with building division standards. Again, if someone's erecting a sign of that type, do they have to come in and get a permit on it?
They do not need a permit for it,
So then
but
how
they
do we
do
know if they're
need,
complying with building division standards?
that's more on the enforcement angle. We can't require a permit for a political sign. That will get struck down very quickly. But what we can do is if a sign goes up that is, say, doesn't meet a safety standard, the city has the power to go through an enforcement process to compel them to make it safe.
Okay.
And the one in which that's been of most evaluation are anything near the public right-of-way. And I'll note further that the rule in subdivision 02 with regard to signs on Ojai Avenue and Maricopa Highway, that is only enforceable with respect to public right-of-way. There's no right to put a sign in the public right-of-way, but there is a right to put a sign on private property facing or adjacent to any street, including Ojai Avenue and Maricopa Highway.
And by the way, I just want to put this caveat in there, is those signs are good-looking. So,
All right, I think we've strayed a little bit off of what's before us. We have a motion, and we have a second, and we have a little bit of a revision to the original motion and a revised second. Is there any further discussion or questions? Then roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
yes.
Councilmember Clapp?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. All right, moving on to item number
Thank you.
6. Thank you very much. Consideration of potential water-wise development standards and direction to staff for further analysis of selected options for development standards intended to promote water conservation. Mr. McCleary.
Thank you. I'll also be turning this over to Mr. Summers to give the staff report.
Thank you. What we've drafted for you is a number of options for water-wise development standards for consideration. The recommendation is to take public comment and consider, and what we've done is put forward ideas and kind of a brainstorm of options. We recommend that those options that are attractive or you'd like further analysis of, the direction to staff would be to analyze them and then bring them back either for council consideration first or for consideration by the PC or Building Appeals Board as applicable, and then by council. I might, that's up to you guys. In terms of the broad options, they kind of break down in a couple of categories: larger, smaller, and zoning versus building. Larger would be the offset program, a net zero program for requiring that any new residential or commercial as desired project or modifications to existing structures that would generate new water demand or increased water demand would require to offset that water demand either through an in lieu fee, paying for a larger set of projects, or doing it on site. The classic example would be if you added a bedroom to a house, increasing the expected occupant load, you pull out some turf to reduce the water demand. On the commercial side, it'd be something bigger, perhaps if a new project went in that had a higher water demand than the existing water demand, that project could put in a bioswale on site to retain stormwater and then recharge that stormwater back into the groundwater. Or it could pay an in lieu fee that would be used by the city to do a larger project designed to increase water supply and water reliability. On the smaller scale, it would be an example on page 6 of 3. The third one would be modifying the MWELO to be stronger than this, the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance to be stronger than the existing fairly strong state requirements. For example, the city could even go so far as to ban new turf at residential properties or severely limit new turf to some small percentage of the property, a small percent or max square footage area, require higher levels than present of drought tolerant landscaping. Certainly you can impose requirements for new drip irrigation and ban new flood or sprinkler irrigation. On the building side, you could look at establishing the first one listed, a leak detection program and repair and replacement of old fixtures and facilities. I'll note that Camarillo is the one we pulled this from. The new building official also works in Camarillo, and they have had a fairly successful program that's replaced a fairly large number of old toilets using money from the in lieu fee. And there's also some grant funding available from utilities in the state, depending on what there is, to fund those replacements. In terms of domestic water usage, replacing an old toilet can be quite a good gain in water conservation standards. And there's a number of old toilets. Ojai tends to have a whole older housing stock, so that could be an opportunity there, at least in the short term. At a certain point, you've replaced all the old toilets, and thus that ceases to be a further net generator. Another one on the building side would be to require, on the bottom of page 3, retrofitting of plumbing fixtures upon sale. At the moment, and this takes effect starting January 1st, 2017, California Civil Code 1101.4 subdivision B already requires retrofit of all single-family residential plumbing fixtures without any remodels to trigger. It's just a straight requirement. There is no teeth in that law, classic Sacramento. The teeth is only a disclosure requirement that upon sale you must disclose if you have any non-compliant properties. The city could strengthen that either by adding some teeth to that retrofit requirement, more than the disclosure requirement, or else strengthening it in terms of standards, because that requirement for January 1st, 2017 is to retrofit fixtures back to 1994 standards. And then in 2019, it's expanded to commercial and multifamily residential. Again, the city could strengthen that by requiring it either earlier than 2019 or else adding a heightened standard above the 1994 standards, which are significantly less efficient than if you went out and bought a new toilet from Lowe's or Home Depot today. And similar in terms of other building ones to consider would be encouraging or requiring tankless on-demand water heaters, which can be effective in reducing that water loss from waiting for the water to get hot. I know that's me every day in the shower. And looking at submetering requirements, it's particularly for multifamily. We don't have a lot of multifamily here, but there is some, and that tends to be particularly in older buildings that aren't individually metered by unit, because the tenants don't have a bill they see every month. They don't have an analysis or an understanding of what their water usage is, and they don't have any incentive to conserve because they don't see a reduction in price. And with regard to a little bit more macro on the building side, which is kind of a combination of building and zoning, again, look at the net zero approach for both residential and commercial, and allow also on the building side composting toilets, and looking at requiring or encouraging or incentivizing gray water systems at either residential or commercial, or at least pre-plumbing for gray water systems. And look at also, do you want to encourage that to be gray water systems that are designed to just to take, say, a simple one where you take the wash water, use a biodegradable detergent, and dump the wash water on the lawn, or do you want to also require plumbing of the whole house, all of the fixtures that can be gray watered to be gray watered? And do you want to look at that as a new residential requirement or a modification requirement? And if modifications, small or large modifications, again, kind of a number of options. And lastly would be promoting or requiring use of recycled water for landscape irrigation and or construction dust control. And these are a number of options, and the ask from staff is to consider the options and direct further analysis of any, all, and some or all. Available for any questions. Thank you.
I just have one question, then I'll open it up for council members. I don't see anything in here that we're mandating the city to utilize these standards ourselves, particularly in capturing rainwater that's going into the gutter system. It's, oh, sorry. Because I think that's really important. It's, regardless of what we do on the properties, and if the property owners do a better job and we require them to do a better job, not as much runoff from the property is going to get into the gutter and then eventually into the sewer. But anytime it really rains, those gutters are flowing, and all of it's going right into the sewer system and running down to the treatment plant and then out into the river and out into the ocean. And it sure seems like the city, if there's got to be some money somewhere to put a real system of capturing that rainwater into place, whether it be underground, whether it be tanks, something. But I just hate to see all that water running off and not being collected. So that's just the comment that I had. Now I'll let everybody else comment.
You read my mind. I think that what's missing in here is committing the public works aspects of city projects to this as well. And that comes with the stormwater retention design that can be incorporated in traffic calming design with complete streets very easily. It also has to do with, I believe, advocating to other agencies within our jurisdiction. For example, soft bottoming of all the channelized things for the flood control. This is becoming quite standard that you soft bottom everything. Not just things that are inside, not just public works for the city, but public works inside our jurisdiction. And we try to find a way to urge that as much as possible. So I think that I couldn't agree more that we need to commit to how we handle public works in the city, both by direct funding and grants. For example, when we're doing street programs, when we have our street budgets and we're overlaying, we look at stormwater retention possibilities in our everyday approach to public works in terms of street projects. Number two that I wanted to make a point about is that there's little things. For example, are we within our rights to say that to amplify what goes on with the Ojai sanitary district that says that you can't have a gutter piped to a drain? And they have trouble enforcing that. We could help them enforce things like that, I assume, with our own rules.
Yes, the city would have the power to both adopt and enforce that requirement.
That's a simple thing, but nevertheless, it increases the water going to the ocean through this treatment plant. Anytime somebody takes a gutter and puts it into a drain, into the sewer system, and it happens all over town at times. A couple things I also wanted to add. Are there any jurisdictions that you've come across, staff investment and staff investigation, where they've gone full purple pipe requirements?
Yes. For example, the city of Calabasas that I'm assistant city attorney for, their water district is the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. They have a full purple pipe system, which the city and the HOAs there, half the town is HOA owned, use to water all of the lawns.
So new construction could require both commercial and residential, if we wanted to, purple pipe installation.
Yes, with the caveat that it has to be possible. There they have a purple pipe system running all throughout town. To my knowledge, Ojai does not have a purple pipe system.
We do not?
Yet.
Okay.
We don't have a source of that.
We don't have a source.
Right, they have a source,
Right.
so that would be the caveat there. But of course, the obvious next question is.
The chicken and egg
The
thing.
city, exactly. The city can create or work to create a source of recycled water that would then go into the purple pipe system. If it exists, then you can require a connection to it.
Right. On the water banking, you have the banking going through a fund administered by the city, basically. A lot of mitigation for environmental reasons is done by direct contract, where the city, the jurisdiction basically certifies the appropriate mitigation contract. Let me give you an example, all right? Let's say somebody wanted to build a commercial building, and they wanted to, and I'm just making this up.
Sure.
Okay? They say, well, we're going to contract with a laundromat that's outside the city limits to put in a gray water system for landscaping at that commercial property, treating the water from the laundromat. We're going to pay them for it, so we get the mitigation in terms of the net zero offset at our development. Is that possible?
Yes, with some caveats. The big caveat is that we have to be able to show that if we're imposing that as a requirement, that it ties back to the benefit to the city and to the valley. Because benefiting the valley benefits the city. In other words, we couldn't impose that as a requirement if the laundromat is in Ohio or is even in LA. But if the laundromat is in
the Ojai Valley.
In the Ojai Valley.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Then that would work.
We
with
might
the
be able to
right
design
particular
something that would
facts.
spur a lot of innovation. In other words, some constructive innovation.
Yes.
For example, I did a little research into this, and you're starting to see little mini treatment plants for sewage for certain purposes, where a relatively large development, which we don't have many, but we have some, basically put in there, people are starting to look at effluent as a resource, not a waste product. Actually, we'll treat that and then put that into, say, a landscaping option on a property, and that becomes something that somebody else pays them to do in order to mitigate something else they want to do.
Yep.
In other words, by direct contract, we can get into some innovations beyond just a in lieu fund.
Yes.
Just a thought, okay? And the other thing is that the in lieu fund could also help fund some of these street projects in the public works area, where people could say, all right, if it's very difficult for me to do a stormwater retention certification on my property, I could pay into a fund for the city to do that in the street instead of on my property.
As long as we were careful in the accounting, yes. And to be real clear, the city couldn't use water banking offset money to pay for paving, the street paving itself, but you could use it to pay for the bioswale below the pavement.
Exactly.
That would be
It would
fine.
be the semi-permeable aspects to the street itself. I'm just expanding what you said here as possibilities.
Yes.
And then finally, I just want to make a point that I always have problems with extremes. And on the bullet that says on page 6-4, require new and or modified residential and commercial developments to install the highest efficiency toilet and other plumbing fixtures available. Highest is a extreme term. It could be, rapidly diminishing returns in terms of benefit per dollar for the highest available. I always have problems with those kinds of standards.
Certainly, and that would be up to the council's
Those
judgment.
are my quick comments.
Any other comments? Councilman Lara?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Blatz. First off, I do want to thank you, Mr. Summers, for providing this. I think it was well done.
Thank you.
You gave us a lot of good options. I do like the programs that you've laid out in the staff report.
And credit also goes to Kathleen Wold. This was a joint project, not just me.
I do want to make sure that I convey that to you guys. My question is, or my curiosity came about when I read the white paper that you provided, the water offset policy of water neutral community growth. It seemed like in some of those cities that really try to work with conservation and some development standard, that there was partnership between other agencies too. Is there a possibility, do you see it happening here in Ojai, those partnerships, or is that?
It's possible. It depends in part on where the city wants to go, and it depends in part on how willing the other agencies that would be in this conversation are willing to be in the conversation. The obvious ones would be Casitas, who was here earlier in that discussion, the Ojai Valley Sanitation District, Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency, to some extent Ventura because they're part of the watershed. Golden State, thank you, Mr. Quilisi, is going to be in this conversation as well.
And also possibility of the county in terms of area plan specific standards?
Right. The county's in here, and the county, of course, is in the middle of their general, or the beginning really, of their general plan update. So they're going to be in that mix too. And to some extent, that becomes another chicken and egg question. If the city wants to move forward now, it can do it itself. If the city, with some speed, if the city wishes to go on that larger partnership project, that's a bigger question. And not that you have to do one or the other. You can do both. Do what you can now, and start partnerships with the rest.
I was just going to say, out of all these suggestions, I would, as an individual council member, suggest let's implement some of these plans right now and send them over to either the Planning Commission, the building appeals board for their recommendations, but at the same time start venturing out, whether it be the county or other agencies that could possibly help with some of these programs that we're trying to get off our feet quicker, engage in conversation dialogues with them. But in terms of doing something right now, as a individual council member, I would support the idea of getting some of these programs sent to the Planning Commission and the Building Appeals Board.
Okay, further comments? No?
Are there any speaker cards?
No, no speakers cards. I'm going to ask if any. Come on up, Susan.
Probably like many people in Ojai that are interested in, Susa Francina. I'm reading all the 3 books that Michael Shapiro gave to everyone, and I've been listening to, there's so much optimistic information out there. And this week, I read something I thought was worth sharing, and then I want to share some observations as I've been going door to door and looking at people's gardens. This comes from a woman named Judith Swart. She's the author of Water in Plain Sight. She says, we tend to think of drought as a supply problem. When it doesn't rain in California, now in its 5th year of drought, there's not enough water to go around. That mentality has spurred many to consider desalinating water from the Pacific Ocean as the state's next water source. But she points out, and numbers support the argument, that better water, this is so incredibly impressive, so just bear with me. Numbers support the argument that better water and land management could curb the effects of the state's drought. In 2014, the Pacific Institute and the Natural Resources Defense Council released a report showing that initiatives such as water recycling, stormwater capture, smart irrigation, and better land management, meaning using plants and permeable surfaces rather than turf and concrete, could help California save up to 14 million acre-feet of water per year. That's more than the combined annual water use of all of California's cities. I mean, that is pretty amazing if it's true, and I assume that it's true. And that's the whole thing. Rather, if we could prevent all that water from running into the ocean, that's a lot more practical than desalinization, or however you pronounce it. Then my other observation is, a lot of people think that by letting their plants die, sorry, it's so late, I'm so tired, especially the trees, that is not the long-term solution. I would ask that people reconsider, because I'm seeing a few artificial lawns going up. A lot of people are laying down ground cover that doesn't support life. we need, what people need to do, and what I hope that the city will communicate in addition to everything that you're already doing. I'm just so excited by all the things that you're going to do. We need to communicate that people need to find efficient ways to keep their trees and their plants alive. Not their lawns, but we need the trees and the plants to support the bees, the birds, life. We don't want all these dead landscapes. So I can't emphasize that enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else wanting to address this?
Wait, one more
Yeah.
thing, one more
Okay.
thing. I would like the city to start mulching the trees that we planted. Because I was told by one of the business owners that we're still blowing the leaves off the ground. That is outdated thinking. We're not only blowing the leaves off, evidently we're still using some poisons which are seeping, of course, into the water supply. So I hope that the city will start mulching. Thank you.
And that may go to Ojai trees, too, if that's what Susan's referring to, because I don't know what we do as far as treatment of the soil after we plant the tree, but it probably should have mulch or something around it to, even the mulch has some.
It's going to restrict the evapotranspiration.
Yeah.
That's all. It's going to keep moisture in the ground
Yeah.
and less moisture leaving the ground.
Right.
And at least certainly trees that are planted as part of a mitigation requirement
Right.
should have that built into the modification.
I
or the
agree.
monitoring of that project by the city staff.
Okay. Well, how does the council want to proceed? I know that just from my standpoint, what Councilman Lara suggested would be nice to do if we can do it. I definitely, though, want staff to come back to us with public works projects included, because I get this feeling that when it rains and you see all that water going down the gutters, there's got to be certain, it's being drawn in from various areas to one central pipe, I think. And if we could take that one central pipe that is stormwater and be able to divert it into some sort of storage, whether that be subterranean or whatever it happens to be, I really think that that's really important, because at least it's there to percolate and recharge the groundwater basin when the basin is lower, as long as we can capture it. If we capture it subterranean, then there's not as much evaporation.
Right. I wanted to, Mayor, if I just can, I'm taking this water class at Channel Islands, and it's real interesting. So we're looking at the State Water Project and how the water's fed, and it obviously comes from the Sacramento Delta. And that Delta water comes from the Feather River watershed area. Right. So here was a fact that came out. So 50% of the people live in Southern California. 50% of the economy and the money that's generated comes from Southern California. Yet we only take 4% of the state water. 4%. 67% of all that water coming off of that watershed goes into the Delta and goes out to the ocean. So we're taking 67% is leaving. That leaves around 28% that the Sacramento area and that immediate area is actually using. Mm-hmm. So this water runoff issue is been going on forever. And again, it's interesting for me from an infrastructure standpoint. I'm not sure how we can do it in a large enough scale to trap enough, but it would be something that we should do a study on. I agree with that. Yeah. But it's just huge. So I looked at these recommendations, and Matthew, you and Kathleen did a wonderful job. I'm probably going to take a different approach than everyone, because I'm not in favor of piecemealing something. I'd like to see us maybe put together with Kathleen and Matt, and maybe take a couple people off of planning and a couple people off of Babs, and put them together and actually review all the paperwork that's here, and then send us back, an actual final piece of a resolution or an ordinance that we could actually approve in full. Because I think there's a lot of great ideas in here. The only thing that I looked at, again, is what we are and what we aren't. We're not a development community. We're a maintenance community. So I'd like us to look at that side of it as probably a bigger concern of writing our ordinance to versus a development side of it. I just don't think that we're developing And if you look at most of the paperwork that was given to us, it was about areas that actually have the ability to develop large parcels of land.
Yeah.
And we just don't have that. So I'm just saying, that's my take on it. I'm willing to listen to everyone else's suggestions.
Well, I also think that if we capture the rainwater and somehow it can then filter into the basin, which it would, percolated, but maybe there's enough that it could somehow be diverted to the lake. I don't know.
To take it from stormwater to the lake and to comply with state and federal permitting requirements, you'd have to treat it first.
In the ground, in the ground.
If you dump it straight to the ground,
Yeah.
you might have to do a little bit of treatment depending on which state agency is paying attention that day. But a number of cities are doing small and large scale stormwater retention and treatment projects where you put together a bioswale that is a large hole in the ground with a variety of kind of gravel and grass and a few other plants that are good at sucking up certain elements. And then you dump the stormwater in there, whether small or large scale, and then infiltrates from there. That is definitely doable. Going straight to the lake, given that the lake is drinking water,
Yeah, and there's a
would
lot of
be challenging.
debris in it and things like that too. But
sorry,
Councilwoman Clapp?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Councilman Lara that I think we should implement some of the simpler things right now. We're talking about broad solutions, and I don't think that those are too far down the road. I think right now we have a situation that needs to be managed as quickly as possible with the tools available to us within the city limits and with our powers. And that is just simple water-wise standards that can be implemented in a reasonable length of time. I don't see any reason for this to be sent back to the Building Appeals Board. I think possibly the Planning Commission, but I really don't even think that's necessarily necessary, because I think a lot of these ways of implementing water-wise policies are tried and true at this point through use in other communities. I think it would be better to direct staff to come back with a draft or ordinance for us to review and adopt as soon as possible. So I would like to make the motion to direct staff to come back to City Council by the next council meeting. Is that possible, Matt? With an ordinance, and maybe Councilman Lara, you could make some suggestions about what within this, what you were thinking that we would like to implement, or just give them carte blanche to come back with a draft ordinance recommendation for us to review.
And as you're answering that question, the reports for the next meeting are due in 2 days, so I'd suggest
The next meeting.
the meeting after that.
That's fine.
Well, I would just remind, we're trying to stick to a first in, first out policy. We can't do everything on the next meeting, or
Okay,
else
that's fine.
Yeah. and
That's
where
fine.
We leapfrog ahead of other things.
Mhm. I just think we need to,
A question for staff before, do these standards, do they have to go through the planning commission?
Hold on for a
or-
second. We have a motion.
we have a motion, so I guess,
We need a second.
I guess we do need a
discuss
second
it,
to
or we
discuss
just-
it, right?
Or the motion dies. What do you want to, is there a second to, I'm not exactly sure.
Could you restate the
what-
motion?
Yeah, I move to direct staff to come back to City Council in 2 meetings with a draft ordinance of water-wise development standards for the council to review and possibly adopt.
Second.
Okay.
And now
you
to
can
answer the
discuss it.
question,
Yeah.
that is a good question. If the ordinance is built into the zoning code or affects what's to be done as people apply for development permits, then it has to be reviewed at a public hearing by the planning commission before adoption. But that could come, it could be council, then planning commission, then council again for adoption. And that's state law, because any zoning ordinance amendment has to go to the planning commission first.
Would you need me to amend my motion to include going to the planning commission?
Would you want it to go to planning commission first or council first? As I understand.
I would say council for review and then to planning commission and then back to us.
Yeah, that would be
Yes.
inherent in your first motion, because
Right.
the council's review would
Okay.
direct it then from there.
Okay.
So there's a motion. The difficulty I have with the motion is that staff has provided us with various options. And without giving them specifics as to what options we want them to include in the ordinance, there's really nothing they can draft unless they include every single one of these. That's the difficulty I have with the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree, and that was why I was asking Councilman Laura if there was whether he had highlighted in the agenda item specific policies that he thinks we should include in our direction.
Well, I think for sure there's a lot of the things that I would include, but I'm not sure if they have necessarily things to do with strictly development standards. And I would defer to staff for that, for the clarity, but I mean, I'm looking just on some simple things. For example, the first item, programs. I don't know if that necessarily, that the motion would pick up programs, because I think that we should look into that. In terms of creating new land uses, users seeking to increase water usage, I think that would automatically be included in the motion in terms of sending it to the first coming here before the planning commission, so we could include it in our ordinance. But that's why, I mean, I would defer to staff in terms of what it would pick up. But and I agree with Mayor Blatz in terms of knowing I think we just have to start looking at things more there's just so many good ideas in this staff report that I don't know where it would fall or how to separate it, like the gray water, the modification. I don't think that would necessarily fit into the motion, right?
Probably not.
Probably, because.
Well, the difficulty with the motion is we're throwing it back into the lap of staff to make discretionary calls on what they're going to bring back to us. And I don't think that's staff's job. I think that's our job. So
My motion is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
My motion is intended to move this thing forward and get us into something practical and give direction to staff. And so I think with part of this discussion is for us to determine what we want to send back. And I'm more than happy to go through it item by item and say what I think.
That would provide great clarity for staff.
Okay, I will do so.
Of course, that's going to completely change the motion, so I'm not sure if we ought to just vote on the motion and then discuss it, so we have something that we can move.
I could modify my motion.
If the concern is that the motion may not have enough clarity, it would make sense to modify the motion and then take one vote.
Okay.
And then I would suggest, it's only, maybe a dozen items. Go through them line by line.
Well, let's go line by line then.
So this will be modifying the motion.
And then the question is, would it be accepted by the
Yes,
second?
I'm modifying the motion to direct staff.
I guess it is.
And what are we modifying the motion to?
We're going to modify the motion to direct staff to come back with an ordinance to include the following policies. Would you call it policies, Matt?
Yeah, policies are requirements.
Policies. Number one, to establish a program to encourage leak detection and repair of leaks or replacement of old fixtures and facility. And both for appliances such as toilets, irrigation, and standard lines. And include within that fees to be collected from applicants for development projects in order to offset and to help pay for these retrofits.
Okay. Just as a point of order, do we have to get an agreement from the seconder that we can do this?
Yeah, and I would expect that it'd be.
So whoever seconded it, are you in
Mayor
agreement?
Pro Tem
with going
Wyrick.
through?
I did.
Okay, are you in agreement with
Okay,
going
so we're
through it
in
this way?
bullet one.
Bullet one.
And circles 1, 2, and 3? Or just bullet 1?
I would say, which bullet?
First dark bullet.
The first dark bullet, yes, but also I think that we should include within that fees collected from applicants for development of projects.
So first circle, first bullet, first circle, first dark circle, first light
Correct.
circle.
What page are we on?
Okay.
6-2.
Dash 2.
And we're on options for council considerations.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, I agree to that modification.
okay.
Who's making notes on this?
Well, I'm
Because
starting.
it's going to have to be read back.
Secondly, establish a program for offsets. A net zero increased water demand policy for new developments and/or modifications to existing structures and for residential and/or commercial development. And that within this, new land users will be required to incorporate water use reduction strategies in projects that result in net zero increased water demand.
Okay, so that's the first circle
Mhm.
after the first dark.
And,
Okay.
okay,
And just for clarity's sake, in the sentence you just read, Councilmember Clapp, you excluded users seeking to increase water usage. Was that intentional?
incorporate water use reduction strategies in projects that result in a net zero
The,
increased water demand, period.
okay, so that would be both new land uses and uses seeking to increase water usage?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want
And
clarification on.
none of this in lieu stuff.
So, straight on-site requirement, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so you're not allowing in lieu or direct contract mitigation?
No.
Okay, I do not agree with that modification.
Okay, if the second is withdrawn, or I guess we have to call for a vote.
Do we want
Then
to
a
do,
new
we
motion
want to
can be
vote on
made.
each one?
One approach, if there's, as this may be, well be the case all the way through, if there's dissent, or not one mind, you could vote on them individually. That might be
I
easiest.
think that might be easier.
Okay.
Why don't we vote on the first one, to make
Well-
that first one a motion for the first policy direction?
Yeah, so the motion would be to draft an ordinance for the council to consider with that first two bullets,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
and I believe there
Is there a second?
I thought I'd already agreed
Yeah,
to
I already
the
agreed to
modification
that
of
one,
Okay.
so
that
just
part.
make it a
Okay, but I
second.
need a second.
Okay, second. That's
all right.
that's the first one.
Okay,
All right,
All
roll
right.
call,
I've
please.
labeled A.
okay.
Before you do that, can you read it back again?
It's,
I move
understand
to
that.
establish a program to encourage leak detection and repair of leaks or replacement of old fixtures, no. To repair leaks or replacement of old fixtures and facilities, both for appliances such as toilets. I don't like the term appliances. I don't consider a toilet an appliance, but such as toilets, irrigation, and standard lines. And this will be funded in part by fees collected from applicants for development projects, expected to result in increased water demand as an offset for that increased water demand. That would be the first one.
so you're changing could to will?
Yes, will.
Okay.
Not could, will.
All right, that's the first motion, and it's seconded?
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
No?
Councilmember Clapp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Paul Blatt. I mean,
Yes.
excuse me, Mayor Blatt.
Yes.
Sorry,
It's late.
I'm used to
This-
just reading the
And this
last
is going to be
name.
tedious.
Okay,
I just
moving
would
on.
like to, I want to clarify something, because I'm probably going to vote no on everything, and I just want everyone to know why. First of all, again, I just feel like we're stuffing this down our throats. There's terminology in here, for instance, the first thing you just voted on, establish a program to encourage leak detection and repair of leaks or replacement of old fixtures and facilities, both for appliances, irrigation, and standard lines. So are we saying that we're going to, in this program, require people to re-irrigate their properties or redo main lines? Or is it just for a leak detection? Is it just for a leak in a line? Is it for a pinhole? So again, I guess that's the problem I'm having with this, is I just feel like we're trying to rush something through rather than allow the process to take its place and to actually clarify each one of these statements and how they apply to us.
Okay,
So I'm just struggling with this, And then in the middle of it, we're going to take a word out and add a word, and we're going to add another word here or take another word out of there. I'm just disappointed in the process. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, may I make
Yes.
a new motion then?
Yes.
I have a new motion before we proceed. I move to establish a 45-day moratorium on any new construction or any major modifications of any existing structures that require increased water use in the city limits of Ojai until such time, in order to allow time for city council to thoroughly navigate the complexities of establishing water-wise development standards.
All right, we have a second for that. No second?
I'll move on with
Okay.
the next motion. Okay. I move to establish a program for offsets and net zero increased water demand policy for new developments and/or modifications to existing structures and for residential and/or commercial development. New land uses or users seeking to increase water usage will be required to incorporate water use reduction strategies in projects that result in a net zero water demand, increased water demand.
Are you gonna stop at that sentence?
Yes, I am. Okay, the motion is dying on the floor, right?
I believe there's a
Oh,
motion on the floor.
No, I'm trying to figure it
Okay.
out.
Okay.
I guess that the difficulty I'm having is similar to Councilman Haney, that it says new developments and/or modifications to existing structures.
Page 6-2,
6-2.
on the bottom.
Modification to its existing structures and for residential and/or commercial development. I don't even understand what that means. Net zero increased water demand policy for new developments. Okay. New developments, I presume, would be residential and commercial. And/or modification to existing structures, and I presume that would be residential and commercial, and for residential and/or commercial development. Well, it seems like very ambiguous to me.
It's worded to allow any of those decision points to be made by council. Staff did not have the mandate to make a hard recommendation on that one, and I realize that the phrasing could be better. But the idea here is to consider a net zero water demand, increased water demand policy that would require offsetting any new water demand over existing water demand. And then do you want to apply that to residential or commercial? And do you want to apply it to new development or existing structures being redeveloped? And if so, do you want to have a minimum threshold or not?
Okay.
There's
So
a number of questions inherent in that.
So
in
the
that
motion
sentence.
is to establish a program for offsets. It's not to say what those offsets are.
Right, as I understand it, in the way I would draft it, if the motion as phrased passed, would be to require every applicant for new or modified development, residential or commercial, in other words, all applicants, anything that hits this land use power, to prove up how they're going to comply with a net zero water demand requirement. So they'd have to have an analysis of their water demand, both existing and proposed, and how they're going to get the proposed water demand back down to at least to a zero increase.
And to prove to us that there is an increased demand.
Right. So in water, a civil engineer or a probably a mechanical engineer can run that analysis. Planning departments use standard rules that correlate to other added people or added users for a property. So for a residential addition, for example, adding a bedroom adds generally adds people, so you increase the usage, but expanding your living room does not, because the amount of residents stays the same.
How about, would you have to have a report done if you decided to change your dishwasher? So that
No change in residence,
no
no
one
ch-
could change their dishwasher without having a water usage report done.
Well, at the moment,
It's not even required a permit.
right, it only is picked up by what requires a permit. Changing a dishwasher does not require a city permit,
Okay.
as long as you're not replumbing.
And I guess there's, how I read it, Mayor Blatz, too, is that this is where the white paper was inserted. So there was different cities doing different versions of net zero. So it would be up to possibly the planning commission to see how to implement these. That's how I read it. But it is confusing. I mean, that's why I feel like it's more of a term sheet option, so we haven't fleshed out all these questions. But, I mean,
And
you do
that
bring-
is the point. We weren't asked to flesh out every question.
Right.
And
We were
just-
asked to,
Yeah, point of order, we
Develop
don't have a
options.
second yet.
I don't believe we have a second yet.
No, it
There's a
failed.
long discussion without a second.
Well, there was no second. The motion failed.
Oh, okay.
The motion failed for lack of a second.
Okay, I didn't.
But I
know.
expect
So
it
we're
may
just
be
talking now.
recreated. I think this is discussion of the issue.
I just want to bring this up again. I hope you're all recognizing the folly of this exercise.
Mayor.
Yes.
I'm just telling you, and there's got to be another way of going about this. Is there a way to do a competing motion where we can just eliminate this stuff right now and send this to planning and get this done properly?
You could do a
make a
substitute
motion for
motion.
anything.
Or actually, at the moment, there's no motion on
Yes.
the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion. I make a motion to apply a 45-day moratorium on any new construction or major renovations of any existing building for 45 days, send this back to Planning Commission to create an ordinance for water-wise development standards to be sent back to City Council within that 45-day period of moratorium for the City Council to review and discuss and potentially vote upon.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? Is there a second?
No.
Okay, motion fails for a second.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to try this. I'd like it to make a motion that we take the information that's gathered here and the consideration of potential water-wise development standards and directions for staff for further analysis, selected options for development standards intended to promote water conservation, and send it to planning and have them develop a white sheet and send it back to us.
And by planning, you mean Planning Commission?
Planning Commission.
Okay.
May I inquire on a specific of the motion? Would the motion include a time certain for response on Planning Commission?
Yeah, why don't I use Councilwoman Clapp's number of 45 days, but I'm not sure if they can complete it in 45 days. But I'd be say by, again, February 1st. That gives them 2 months.
Okay. Would you, and I'm just asking this because Councilwoman Clapp's moratorium involved a broad base moratorium. Would you consider at all amending the motion for a 45-day moratorium on major, and we'd have to define major commercial development?
This is the point at which I have to step in and make a point that didn't need to be made before. The council does not have the power to impose a moratorium on development tonight. The agenda item does not encompass moratoriums.
Okay.
It only encompasses consideration of water-wise development standards and
Okay.
direction on moving those forward. I'm sorry, but that is the Brown Act.
Okay.
So then I'll leave my motion as is.
And,
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion, which simply sends this to the Planning Commission for them to hash it out and get it back to us within 45 days with some, or back by
And
February 1?
For clarity's sake, so I understand it, a few minutes, 10 minutes ago, the first bullet was approved with a 401 vote. Is this a request to also adjust that, I guess? In other words, do you wish to reconsideration, you have to be in the majority. You would need someone in the majority of that 4-1 vote to make the motion to reconsider that also, to replace that with this new approach of kicking the whole thing back to Planning Commission. Or would you want us to bring that one back forward to the council?
An individual opinion, leave that first one alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
It passed.
Okay. Just, I wanted to understand what the council wants.
And
It did pass,
I don't
it
have
stands.
I don't really have a problem with that one. I
Okay.
mean, I would leave it alone. It passed unless somebody wants to make a motion for reconsideration.
Which must be made by a person in the majority.
Right,
unfortunately,
so
Mr.
it has to be made by Councilman Laura, myself, Mayor Pro Tem, or Councilwoman Clapp. Anybody want to do a motion for reconsideration? Okay. Then
Okay,
that one
thank you for clarity.
stands. So the motion then is for everything other than that to go to the Planning Commission.
And,
Yes.
and may I suggest an amendment to the motion to include public works standards?
Yes.
Okay, and you
Yes.
seconded it?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I have a question for staff. Since this is all going to be sent to the Planning Commission, how do I phrase my question? Does all this apply, all these recommendations that you have listed, all these options, does it fall into their purview?
Yes, insofar as all of them could be structured as part of a zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And rather than a building
Yeah.
code issue?
A couple of them may also impact the building code. To some extent, you can give that to one or give that to the other.
Okay.
You could put it all in a water-wise development standards chapter of the zoning ordinance and have it just be planning. I
Okay.
think that would be defensible.
Okay, then that's what we'll do. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. All right, well, that concludes that for at least a little while, and I can't emphasize enough that this is a really important thing that we need to act on. And
This one back to council.
I'm hoping that the Planning Commission, and I'm sure they will, take it as serious as we have.
I know they will.
All right. Item number 7, I'm going to ask to be placed on the next agenda. I would like to keep that item on every agenda till we get to it. The priority list has really been more of a to-do list for us, and we haven't really paid a great deal of attention to it, but I do think that we absolutely need to address it when the new council members are seated. So with that, does anybody have any reports? Mr. McClary?
I'm sorry, I got a little confused in your last statement there. Did you want the priority list to come back at the next council meeting, or?
I would like to have
Okay.
this item, the last item, on every agenda until we get to it.
It's continued, in other words.
Just continued.
Okay.
Last item or first item?
No, the last item.
Okay.
The priority
Item
list.
7, City Council priority list.
Next time it might be 13.
Yeah, it might be.
Got it.
But whatever it is, I'd like it to be on the last, the
Oh,
last item.
listed as last,
Yes.
okay. I didn't
And
get
if
that.
at some point we need to bring it forward, we will,
Understood.
okay?
Thank you.
I just don't want it to disappear. All right, any report, Mr. McClary?
Very briefly, let me grab my notes here, where I put them. Oh, boy, give me a second here. I pulled them out so I wouldn't lose them. Oh, boy, give me a second. I probably got them mixed up in here, so. Here we go.
Oh, sorry. I was going to do.
Did you
Thanks
find
for
them?
starting to talk. That made me find them. So, just very briefly, a couple of items that had been brought to the council's attention. Want to let you know that we did follow up on. Speaker had raised an issue with some sprinklers that were running too long and draining onto the street down at Fulton Street. We did look into that and we did get that repaired. In fact, I believe it was repaired shortly afterwards as part of some routine standard maintenance by our public works staff. So that has been addressed. We had a speaker at the last meeting that mentioned the Building Appeals Board minutes. All the minutes that have been to the Building Appeals Board and approved by the board have now been posted on the website. So we believe we're up to date and current on those. We had a speaker a couple of meetings ago who expressed concerns about people smoking cigarettes in our parks, and particularly near the new playground in Libby Park. I asked our Public Works Director to put up some new no smoking signs, so those have now been put up in some key locations throughout city parks. We will be following up with enforcement as we are able. Cultural Resources, we met on the 3rd. We're meeting again on the 17th. We already heard about Ojai Day coming up this Saturday and the ribbon cutting at 11 a.m. for the new public art. So just to remind everybody about that. I also had a nice meeting last week with Mark Zimmer, with the superintendent, local superintendent for Golden State Water. And one of the things that we talked about, it seems kind of applicable to follow up with the conversation that we just had. One of the things that Golden State Water will do is they will come out and they will do a water efficiency audit. And so I've asked that if he could work with the city and the public works staff to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to conserve water and be responsible water users. So we'll be working with them on that.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
I have a question.
Yes.
There was a item, I think a few meetings ago, relative to the property acquisition proposal.
Yes.
And would it be out of order to ask if there's any update on that matter?
No, in fact, I'd be happy to turn that over to the city attorney who's
Sure.
working on that.
I've been working on getting a clean title report. We've had some troubles with the title company. In fact, I was on the phone with them this afternoon, and they're still looking for additional information. I'm going to follow up with them tomorrow to try to get them everything we have so that they can correctly analyze who owns the property, which is not who they think it is owned by. The title company has, as of yet, refused to accept the validity of the previous tax sale to the current owner, and I'm working on getting them to change their opinion. So I will continue those efforts, but it hasn't been forgotten.
Okay.
And
somebody's
building a house on the other lot you sold.
Right, and that was that one I understand had a title report issued in the end. So
Yeah.
we're trying to say, well, why the
Exactly.
one but not ours?
Right.
And both were tax sales, and one has a house going up.
And the property owner is aware of these current issues, so he's informed.
And so it's under contract and being reviewed, in other words? Okay.
Yeah, the contract hasn't been signed yet, pending per the council's action, pending my
And
approval
then,
of the title report.
Second quick question, I checked the website, and it looked like minutes for city council meetings were posted through May of 16 and nothing beyond.
Yeah, we're working to get that addressed. It's been a real frustration for us. When the records manager left, we immediately engaged with a professional services firm to have a minute taker so that we specifically would not fall behind. Unfortunately, we've had a number of problems with that vendor, including just trying to get a response as to what was happening there. We've now since been able to get that corrected. It's a real source of frustration to staff because we specifically said, let's not fall behind. We need to stay on top of this. And unfortunately, the plan of action that we put into effect, the vendor did not deliver, so we've had to work around that.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Summers?
Just a real brief comment on second unit issues. That'll be coming back to your next meeting as that law that I noted at 2 hours ago on Sacramento has seen fit to yet again modify the minimum standards for second units, and our ordinance needs modification to reflect that by the first of the year in order to avoid preemption. And so that will come to the council's next meeting for consideration to then go to the planning commission, then to be adopted in a pair of urgency and non-urgency ordinances to deal with yet another state mandate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I know that's it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
I would. On the last item, we happened to put in one of those recirculating pumps for the hot water heater, and it was like low 200s for that little pump, and it has saved us a lot of water, and it feels really nice to turn it on and step right in the shower. It really works, so it's worth the thing. And then the other thing I would like to say, I saw the police chief's what do you call that, press conference in Palm Springs. And it led me to, I would like to read something.
Okay.
May God bless all our law enforcement officers serving this nation, especially here in Ventura County. I hope we get back to showing them the respect they deserve. 99% of them are in that profession to protect and serve, and they are willing to risk their life to do so. The other undesirable 1% can also be found in any other profession in this nation. My heart breaks for each family in Palm Springs. At one time, this could have been my family.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's fine.
We
Thank you.
just need to pay a lot of respect to these guys.
Thank you very much. I have one thing that just came to mind. As part of the election process, I've been talking to a lot of people, and many of the people that I've talked to are Hispanic, and they are not proficient in the English language. And I have through an interpreter, told them that if there's an issue like we do when we did with the leaf blowers, that the city would have interpreters present with earphones for them to be able to hear the proceedings and to be able to comment. But some of them mentioned that they don't know when things are coming up because we don't publish our agenda in Spanish. I think we should look at doing that. There's a portion of our community that some of these things may affect, some individuals in our community it may affect. I don't know the difficulty in translating the agendas into Spanish and putting them on the website, but the only way some non-English speaking person would be able to know whether they needed to come to this city council meeting would be if they knew what was on the agenda. And if there's no way of seeing it in Spanish, then they have no way of knowing whether they should come here. And I noticed that on the vast majority of our issues, unless it's something that word has gotten out to a community, like the leaf blowers, there's very few, if ever, any Spanish-speaking people here. And I think we're missing the boat on some of these things because I think they have something to offer to us. So I'm just saying that, and I would hope that we would consider having our agendas published in Spanish and posted on the website. Then secondarily to that, if someone that is not an English-speaking individual that wants to come, how do we arrange for us to have the interpreter? Do they have to let us know that they're going to be here, or how do we want to do that?
We actually have a policy in place. I can find that and forward that to the council. I don't want to try to quote it right now, but they need to make a request within a certain amount of time.
Okay.
I don't remember the other particulars off the
Okay,
top
so
of my
I think
head.
that needs to be as part of the posting.
Oh, thank you.
The bottom of the agenda, one of those things on the important notes. although
Yeah.
You're completely correct. Oh, my microphone wasn't on, sorry. On the bottom of the agenda, it does provide that if you feel an interpreter is necessary, provide 40 hours notice to the city and they'll bring it. But you're completely correct, that is in English.
Right.
Which,
So it doesn't do much good.
Doesn't do much good.
I don't think I can direct staff at this point in time to do that, but I would like to have it considered, because I think it's really important. Anything else? No?
I had
Yes.
just one
Okay.
small
Yeah.
comment. Our building and safety inspection card has the wrong number on it to call in for inspection.
Oh, thank you, okay.
And
Could we put your number down?
well, it's probably better than Anna's, who I called 5 times.
Okay.
But just a brief note on that. And then there's also
Thank you.
some, I did speak to the new building and safety official, and she agreed there's also some misspelled words on it that she says might reflect poorly on us too. So it's just a small thing.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Anything else? No? We're adjourned.